Also, FNS 2020 will be a veritable platform to project the goals, objectives, aspirations and achievements of the federal government of Nigeria in the agricultural sector. In particular, the National Agricultural Technology and Innovation Plan and Private Sector Inclusion Campaign, the Agriculture Policy Alliance Project, will take center stage, as will the current interventions under the Agriculture for Food and Jobs Plan. This year's summit is being packaged with the strong support of the African Development Bank Group. The partnership with the bank has been consistent from the inception of the event and is undoubtedly the strongest indication of the FNS unique and frontline role in shaping and directing stakeholder interest, opinions and actions in the sector. The AFDB's leadership has not hidden its resolve to use this platform to advance its strategic engagements in agricultural space and to connect Nigeria to the bank's Feed Africa strategy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Africa must feed itself. It is inconceivable that a continent with abundant arable land, water, diverse agroecological richness, and sunshine is a net food importing region. And Africa has 65% of all the arable land left in the world to meet the food needs of 9 billion people on the planet by 2050. This is a huge untapped potential, and Africa cannot eat potential.
In all of these, the fundamental intent is to re-engineer the agricultural sector towards achieving President Muhammadu Buhari's policy inclination to leverage the sector for creating jobs and attaining food and nutrition security. For a journey that started only a few years ago, the trajectory of the Feed Nigeria Summit is a testament to how much willpower, determination, and a spirit of unwavering resilience can advance Nigeria, indeed Africa's banner in global agriculture. Ultimately, the vision is simple: zero hunger, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 2. While the task to end hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture is not a one-man, one-summit undertaking. It sure has a leading platform for its advancement and ultimate attainment. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the sector also contributed 24.6% to GDP as of the second quarter of 2020. In fact,
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I first of all want to crave your indulgence for the fact that no one said anything to you all day, all morning, till this time. My name is Richard Mark Mbaram. I am the organizer of this activity, and in my former life, I used to be the Chief Executive Officer of Agro Nigeria. Today, having been born again, I am the technical advisor to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development on knowledge management and communication. I want to seize this opportunity to thank you most profoundly for the level of commitment and connectedness you have demonstrated from the time I stepped into this room, till now, which was just about 10 minutes to 10. But it struck me that you had been here way earlier than that time. You see, the truth is that we are in very, very abnormal times. Abnormal in the sense that they are challenging times. Abnormal in the sense that they are times requiring from us to dig deep and demonstrate a willingness and a capacity to confront the odds. And in Nigeria, as a country, I want us to realize or understand that in Nigeria as a country, there is no other time than now that agriculture as a sector is considered or would have been considered to be important. It is this time, this hour, that our nation needs this sector the most. And if you watch the trends, you will realize that there is something about agriculture that would make bandits, terrorists, whatever you want to call them, to set themselves specifically to want to undermine the sector. You see, the truth is that these guys are fighting the Nigerian nation. And hitherto, they had just been engaging without necessarily touching the core of what should ordinarily have been their main focus. What do I mean? Your enemy is not he's not going to live his life trying to enhance you, trying to make life easy for you. Ask around. You will find that the Civil War was practically won by withdrawing the capacity of the renegade state, or would I say undermining the renegade state's capacity to cater for itself, to feed its people. That was at the heart of what brought Biafra to its knees. These guys have found, or somebody has whispered into their ears, and they have found out that this approach is at the heart, of undermining Nigeria. So I just said that for you to understand the importance of what we're here for, and also to understand how grateful I am that you have sat here in the face of seeming odds, and waited for me to pick this microphone at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to explain to you what happened this morning. So, we sent out an email. I'm sure some of us got it, saying to us that the formal opening ceremony would commence by 3 p.m. today. But that wasn't to say that the rest of the event would be put on hold till 3 p.m. However, many of our peers felt compelled by that email to consider 3 p.m. as the commencement time for this event. What brought about the consideration for 3 p.m.? I'll explain. My boss, the minister, happens to be engaged in very, very fundamental activities, important activities of state under the instruction, the direct instruction of Mr. President. You will know or recall that farmers across the country have had some serious challenges in terms of their crop, their croppings, particularly set on by the environmental challenges of flood in some areas of the country. And the federal government has taken it upon itself to intervene and provide palliatives for them. There was a promise, but that promise was fulfilled largely yesterday. And so the Honorable Minister is on his way back, and his schedule, his flight timing is really, really a challenging one. You would know that many, many people want to head out of Kano into Abuja early in the morning and back in the evening. That's the trend. I'm sure some of us here live in Kano or understand what we're talking about. So the earliest flight he could get was a midday one. That's why he craved our indulgence to give him a late start to the formal opening ceremony. That's all. We will have conversations now, commencing soon enough, around the issues that we had set out for this activity. Are we in agreement? In other words, the program will continue as we had determined it would. What was keeping us was the fact that not many people had come into the room. But it struck me too that those who are in the room have demonstrated sufficiently their, interest in getting this started. And we can as well just start with you, those of you here. It will not be a show of respect to you and the fact of what you have done in coming in here for us to just wait on until the place is full. We will commence. When others come, they will meet us and they will join us. There are serious, serious issues that we want to take on at this activity. And as we will be finding out as we progress, those issues cannot be dealt with or cannot be addressed by any other sector than agriculture. Why do I say so? You have seen the documentary. For us as a nation, the issue of starvation has now become a very front burner issue. Nigeria recently was stated to be next only to which country? Somalia, in terms of, the exposure of its people to hunger. And for me, that is really, really a challenge. It's a very, very serious wake-up call. If for us as a nation, we will be seen as playing, around with a country that is war-torn and trying to get itself back on track, and that's where we want to begin to find ourselves being called upon. I think that really spells to us the need for us to get very serious with ourselves. We have all it takes. To all intents and purposes, we have all it takes to be the food basket of Africa. And I thank the Africa Development Bank Group and indeed the International Fund for Agricultural Development for the kind of project that is going to be discussed here at this event that will be commencing. And that is the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones project that we've been talking about. And the question you ask is, why the SAPZ? The answer I have for us is that the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones project is the get-out-of-jail-free card that the Nigeria agricultural sector, the Nigeria agribusiness stakeholders need at this time to trigger a recovery. Remember our theme, agribusiness, leading Nigeria's recovery. So we're looking at how we can change our rural areas across board from, collection of, or will I say a concentrum of misery to a collection of areas where prosperity is actually the order of the day. How do you do that? And I'm sorry I'm having to speak extempore. But the key thing is that if you look at how, agricultural productivity in itself looks, when you play it out and you're able to appraise it, you will find one thing very common and consistent. I spoke to this to a few folks the other day. It is that even with what is being produced, about 55 to 60% of it is lost post-harvest. And for me, post-harvest loss is the most debilitating aspect of the realities that farmers face. It is psychologically damning because the man has produced. Primarily, he has the commodity in his hands. So his mind is actuated towards some form of remuneration, payback for his effort. And when I say his, I am very sorry. I give credence to the feminine gender, and I think I should say she as well. I know Madam Gender is here, and I stand corrected, please. So he or she has produced commodities, value, and has it in hand. But by reason of some vagaries, one of which is the inability for us to provide infrastructure, critical infrastructure, the major one being power, for processing activities to take place in a manner that extends the shelf life of what the farmer has produced. The farmer gets to lose 60% of it. In many instances, what comes around that 60% for the individual farmer is most likely 100%. And the man, remember, is a businessman, so also the woman. So if we find that our farmers are faced with this kind of reality, any project that sets out to provide them infrastructure in locales where they are producing their commodities actively is, for me, like I said, the get-out-of-jail-free card that this economy needs. So the SAPZ is indeed a core solution to the problem we have in the Nigerian economy as a whole, and in specific terms, the agricultural sector. Need I tell us, I think I'll be preaching to the converted, if I say that the agricultural sector of the Nigerian economy is the biggest provider or the biggest contributor to our country's GDP. So it makes rational sense. In fact, it is a no-brainer that we should focus our energy as a country to ensure that the sector and the people who play therein are empowered and enabled to be able to add value to the economy. 65 to 70% of the workforce that is, active in this country does one thing or the other in that space, either directly or indirectly. So let's, in addressing issues going forward, please keep that in mind. Keep in mind the fact that you are involved in the most serious business that can be engaged in this country at this time. We knew as planners of this event that it would have made our lives easy to go virtual. In fact, several times we were pleaded with and asked to please allow things to be on a virtual plane. But you see, the truth of the matter is that this is a statement in itself. You can't lock down agriculture. Not when you want to fix Nigeria economically. You cannot allow the realities in the space to determine how you respond to the needs, the economic needs of this nation. We have got to be able to make a statement to our kith and kin that all is not lost and that the agricultural sector has not shut down. That's why we're here. That's why we're having this summit. That's why we're spending the resources we're putting together or we're putting forward, to have this event. And make no mistakes, I haven't told you that it's been easy. Nor do I promise that it will go rosy. There's a lot of hard work to be done. There's a lot of rolling of the sleeves to do. That is one of the reasons why I have very serious respect for the man that I work for. Alhaji Sabo Nanono is not the typical, politician that you are used to. When I say that, I mean it. So he is not the one who will be keen on engaging you in newspapers, on television and all of that. I know the trouble that I go through to convince him to stand before the camera or to sit before the camera. He is more about getting stuff done. He is more about looking at how to address issues that undermine the sector that he is running. Many people misunderstand that to mean, he's not doing it. We should be seeing him. No. The man is busy. And for us to be able to understand how busy he is, I think that this instance is one of them. I started talking to him about this event since October. Right through all the way. But now the realities were that he needed to go and come back. And if it were some persons who ordinarily want to have, everybody smile, he would have been here, maybe dispensed with other things and shown up earlier than now. But the truth is that he is busy at work, and that is the man. And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I started off, I want to end by saying that you are very, very much appreciated. And that what you have done is in itself a message that resonates beyond this room, resonates across board, across the country. And it is one message. You cannot shut down agriculture because agribusiness is what's going to lead, or indeed is leading, the recovery that Nigeria needs. Thank you very, very much for the time. I expect that our compere is on his way to end his keep. Mr. Tokwe Ajomo Ojeme. You're welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming to the Feed Nigeria Summit 2020. Very important event at a time when the whole country is working towards ensuring that we have a great and lovely citizenship around us. A fed nation gives you a vibrant citizenship, and at the end, you have the right people doing the right things. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you've already been told, the program is being adjusted a little. This is to ensure that we have all the stakeholders present at the appropriate time. And so very, very shortly, we will be going through some of the sessions precisely as stated in your program. I'll just give you a quick rundown of what we expect to happen today. We will be expecting to have some sessions moderated. The activity Unveiling Agro-Nolly and Agro-Nolly, Unleashing the Creative Industry to Achieve Policy Targets. This will be moderated by such people who have the expertise in that regard. And then we'll have the opportunity for tea break at some point. We'll also be looking at COVID-19, seeming to be the major talk all over the world. We're looking at profiting from production of consumption and everything in between. And this part will also be moderated by the right people. At some point, we'll have lunch, and when we return, we will be having the session that will bring in the policy makers, because their part in this is really very important. My name is Tokwe Ojeme, as you've already been told, and we will begin with the session on, we call it the Resilience Enhancement Session. If you take a look at page 7, you should find it at number 7 rather. That will be page 3 or page 2, number 7. You'll find number 7 item is what we'll be taking our Resilience Enhancement Session. And the theme, COVID-19, profiting from production to consumption and everything in between. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to invite the moderators and discussants for this session to take us through it. But let me also quickly let you know that we're not just seated in this room. You look around and you have a feel that we're probably just this few. We have a lot of people joining us via social media as we speak. I'm aware that we are on all the social media platforms, including YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the rest of them. So we have a lot of people joining us on the social media. By the way, the virtual life is the new life and the new way to go. So as you're seated, do know that whatever we do here is also being transmitted to places around the world. Let's begin now, shall we, as we invite the moderator of this session, Mr. Bolaji Akinboro, Chairman, Vorian Corelli Corporation. Please a round of applause for Mr. Bolaji as he steps forward, our moderator. Mr. Bolaji Akinboro, is he in the room? Please a round of applause for him. Please come forward, sir. I'll invite the discussants. We have Honorable Olabode Adetoyi, Ekiti State Commissioner of Agriculture. Honorable Olabode is in the room. Thank you very much, sir. Please a round of applause for him. I'll also quickly invite Mr. Stephen Prassel, Project Manager, Pacific Ring West Africa Limited. Mr. Stephen Prassel, Project Manager, Pacific Ring West Africa Limited. Is he in the room? Is he in the room? Okay. I'll then invite Chief Chief Chris Agara. I'm not sure he's in the room. Want to invite Mr. Sonny Ame. Mr. Sonny Ame. Is Mr. Sonny Ame in the room? Please a round of applause for him. There he comes. Thank you. And then I'll invite Alhaji Sharif Balogun, President, National Sesame Seed Association of Nigeria. Alhaji Sharif Balogun is in the room. Alhaji Sharif Balogun is in the room. Okay. By the way, Mr. Sonny Ame is Director, Montes Plant Food Company. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on with this as we'll hand over to the moderator. I'm hoping his microphone is on. A switch should put on the red button, and there it is, should be on. A round of applause for our moderator for the session, Bolaji Akiboro. Thank you.
That is C, and then we'll move into some questions and answers. So I would like to start by laying the context first. Depending on where you sit, different people have different opinions regarding the COVID pandemic. But one thing we all agree on is that when the COVID pandemic hits, it hits as a surprise. It was a big shock to the system. Who could have imagined that a day will come that all of us in Nigeria, we will not be able to move around by air, by sea, by canoe, through our lagoons, or by even, if we wanted to even walk from a state to state, we couldn't even walk. The whole country was grounded. Who could ever have imagined? Who could ever have imagined a situation whereas our farmers could not go to their farms to plant, our farmers could not go to their plants to harvest, and those who even harvested could not even carry their goods to the market. Who could ever imagine that a day will come that we will hear that in our food processing factories, people had COVID and factories had to shut down? Who could ever even imagine that a day will even come that things could get so bad that factories could just be shut down? None of us could ever have imagined this. But at the same time, COVID introduced to us a new way of working. We all learned now how to work with each other without seeing each other. We all learned how to think of new ways of doing things. So a number of questions are these. And I'll start with the Honorable Commissioner. When COVID hit, what was your experience, and what would you recommend to Nigeria to prevent us feeling the effect of such a pandemic? Because we think that this might be the first, but it definitely will not be the last. Thank you, sir.
Good morning once again. Let me thank the organizer of this program. I really appreciate it, because at this particular time, it's really challenging, just like Mr. Ambaram has already introduced to us. Like the moderator said, we did not expect COVID-19. And Mr. Ambaram also said it is difficult to lock down agriculture. how do we go about it? We try to approach it from the pros and cons of COVID-19. We are all partaker of it, even though at the latter end of the policy of government for everybody not to go out, we were giving some space in the agriculture sector, trying to struggle with the security across the nation in having access to farms. During this period, agriculture, like I used to tell my directors in the ministry, is not done in the office. You have to go to the field there. So it's really very unfortunate. You cannot also you cannot do agriculture by virtual also. You need to get to the farm. So during the COVID or during the lockdown, it was really challenging to the agri industry and the agribusiness value chain. A lot of we farmers, or my farmers, I'm also a farmer too, we lost a lot. In the poultry sector, we're burying eggs. Even for those people who are into broilers, we couldn't sell, we couldn't take it out. Even our sources of income, or where we need to sell this product, like hotel, event centers, weddings, and in our southwest, a lot of Owambe, all these things stopped. So you can see the enormous challenges of farmers. We couldn't have access to the farm. For those people who even have access to the farm, you cannot come out, you cannot transport the goods. You can see a whole lot of the value chain were practically grounded. However, it's also an open eye, because COVID-19 exposed us, I would say, in Nigeria and in every state, that we are not producing enough food in Nigeria. That is the number one thing. Then, number two, also reveal that most of our production too, we are not paying attention to food processing, preservation, and conservation. That is what COVID also revealed. And also too, in the production system, COVID also exposed us to the extent that even on the field there, we still need more access to facility and equipment that will enhance tripling our production system during the COVID time. It was unfortunate, but we have to cope with it. So post-COVID now, it has true challenges to every state in Nigeria, and you can see that every governor now, or every commissioner of agriculture or stakeholder in the agriculture, are now tightening their belt in order to put one thing or the other to increase agri space. In Ekiti State, for example, before COVID-19, we saw it coming. And thanks to my Excellency, Dr. John Kayode Fayemi, I would say it's agri-friendly. We carve out special agri-processing zone in Ekiti State, because the Ekiti North is very good for arable crops like rice, cassava, maize, and co. So we open up 40,000 hectares of land. For would-be investor coming to Ekiti, we ensure that we allocate the land. We have spent over 3 billion naira now to clear land at no cost to every investor coming to Ekiti State. This is just to prepare Ekiti, because we believe that we must grow what we are eating. In Lagos State alone, 4 billion naira food consumption daily, not to even talk about the entire Southwest. And when I was summing it up, it's over 1.5 trillion naira just on food consumption in Lagos. So imagine the entire Southwest, imagine the whole space of Nigeria of over 200 million people. So we don't have any option than to go back to the farming and the special agri-processing zone, where special attention to develop rural area, because you cannot do special agri-processing zone inside the city like this. Ekiti is an agrarian area. And in addition, only yesterday, I proposed to my governor that we need to add additional 40,000 hectares. That is just to create 80,000 hectares of farm. And in that, we are also paying attention to our tree crops, because Southwest is very good for tree crops. And if we must get out of the wood, imagine now, maybe in Nigeria, our cocoa, we are producing maybe less than 200,000 metric tons. Imagine we are producing 1 million metric tons. So in Ekiti State now, we want to open up the tree crops area. Some of the cocoa are aging. We want to plant the new varieties. So we are creating special zone for tree crop also in the central, Ekiti Central and Ekiti South, because we believe those are cocoa beds, kola nut, cashew, oil palm. And not that alone, we are also working with African Development Bank to ensure that they assist us in development of infrastructure, because we need to give those areas irrigation, good road, and co. So we believe that with that, we'll be able to feed Ekiti, we'll be able to feed Southwest and entire Nigeria. And apart from that too, we are developing cargo airport in Ekiti State, so that most of this excess produce will be exported. And now we know what oil is saying in the international market. We see our naira. So the only solution to it now is to create large space for where every commodity will be produced in solving Nigeria challenges. And of course, imagine if we are exporting a country, we are exporting produce and processed product. Our naira will not be in the state that we are find ourselves. So for COVID-19, it has thrown the challenge that there is hunger in the land and there is need for solution. And the solution to it is for all to have farm to fork model. Processing is the real thing now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, sir. I will just summarize your message in one sentence. The Honorable Commissioner has actually told us that Ekiti State is open for agribusiness. That Ekiti State is now a hub for you to capture part of the soil wealth, not oil wealth, soil wealth that comes from the soil. And the Honorable Commissioner is telling us that land is available, processing facilities is available, transport and logistics is available, and the market opportunity is down there in Lagos, 4 billion naira of food a day. And by building this hub called the Ekiti State, you create a wonderful, wonderful agro-economy. Thank you very much, sir. Sonny, you've been in the agricultural sector for a really, really long time. So COVID and the opportunities opened to us. Can you talk to us?
Thank you very much, Bolaji. Always a pleasure again to connect with you. And thanks to Agro Nigeria, specifically Richard, for being resilient, resolute, and committed to seeing that he can bring a few of us together, and with the larger expectation of the entourage of the minister and others that will be coming later. The message earlier on was received just like he explained. A lot of persons think that the meeting and the summit is starting by 3 o'clock. We're here, and it shows our commitment to agribusiness and to Nigeria. coming to COVID and the reality that it has put us into, I would like to narrow it down first of all to my own experience as it affects what I do primarily. I work as the country director of a company called Monty's Plant Food. It's a US technology-driven company. We're focused on biostimulants, technology solutions that is meant to help farmers to produce better crops and also looking at the soil. Our mantra remains healthier soil and higher yield. Our operations in Nigeria, I'll put it, it actually started this year, where we had to start looking at full-scale commercial operations. And the reality of COVID has left us with no other option but to adapt and to look at creative ways of delivering value to the market. Let's look at COVID and the reality that it has left each and every one of us with. My thoughts and also my summary on what COVID has left Nigeria as a nation, considering our population, considering our dynamic mounting challenges, that for every person, either in the public, private, as an entrepreneur, wherever you are, see COVID as a security challenge to agriculture. By that I mean, looking at the causative agent for even the outcome of what we see today. It's a virus, as scientists have told us. And over time, looking at advanced climes, wars are being fought on different fronts. So I see COVID as one of those biological wars that has hit the world, and specifically Nigeria. Thankfully, our numbers are still very low by the deaths that we have recorded. But when you look at other climes, you look at US, Brazil, India, for example, and you look at the number of deaths associated also with the population, you will thank God that in Nigeria we've been able to survive. Sometimes it beats me as I look at what the expectations or the projections were at the beginning of the infection globally, sometime in March, May, June, that in mid into June, July, we'll really have several persons dying on the streets of Africa. But our case, it's not so. So then, what is the way we'll have to look at COVID going forward? While we scientists are still looking at developing creative approach to managing what the infection is all about, I think that for us here in Nigeria, well, maybe we'll throw the buck on the government, but it also falls on all of us to see it that this is a virus that keeps changing, mutating, and also no one has a complete picture of what the outcome will be like. It is in our own best interests as citizens, as entrepreneurs, and also players in the agri space to see COVID as a major challenge and also a biological threat to our continuous living as a nation and also growth, and more importantly, if we should see ourselves making any positive economic impacts on all areas in all other affairs. Another thing I want to add as a reality that has struck us is that we have always had a gap in embracing and using technology in the agri space. There is no other better time than now for all of us to roll up our sleeves, wear the boots in looking at ways of embracing technology, from primary production to managing our farms to even managing our resources that we have, from inputs to human resources or even storage. Just like the Ekiti State Commissioner has alluded to, the state's Ekiti is already thinking of innovative and creative solutions in managing that. And I see that being applicable on all fronts. Most of our meetings in the office is now being conducted via Zoom or other enabling platforms. Before now, as early as January, nobody will think about that. One of the things that we have done at Monty's is using technology as a base to reach out to our farmers and to train them on processes and also protocols on how they should work on their farm. And we have seen the results coming out and worked out well to the advantage of the farmers and also the produce that they've been able to see. So I see that as what each and every entrepreneur here or any company or any viable enterprise will start looking at. Beyond just the training, what are the other technology enablements that you can bring to your operations that will take us from a way of how we have always done things in the past to where it will take us to achieving more from less. Taking it further, let me zero down on inputs. I'm talking of seeds, I'm talking of other inputs that are needed by the farmers on the field and even to poultry farmers. Up until this time, we will agree, for those of us that are actively playing in this space, that we still do not have resilient technologies in terms of seeds and also inputs that will help us to meet up with the teeming population and the challenges that COVID has presented. There are several of these technologies out there. Some of them quite expensive, some of them quite low, and some of them being much more affordable. So thinking outside the box at this point in time to seeing how we can begin to embrace and accept technologies that will help us to do more from less is what we'll need to make a commitment into doing. And I think the special processing agricultural zones is looking at addressing that also. Taking it to setting up various production systems in place that will also improve outcomes is what we can go ahead and look at. We may not be able to move to our farms due to the challenge of physical security, even biosecurity, as I have said earlier, of looking at COVID. What then can be done? Up until this time, greenhouse technology penetration in Nigeria still remains very low. There are several companies out there coming up with low budget technology and greenhouse technologies that can be put into use. Very recently, I think it was even this week on the Agro-Nigerian platform, I was seeing a farmer here in Nigeria taking a bold step to growing rice in greenhouse, not just vegetables that we are used to. So there are several possibilities of what we can go ahead and will be able to do in this time with the challenges that COVID has presented, but seeing the flip side more as an opportunity to us to go ahead at this point in time, embracing newer technology, embracing newer approach of working on the farm, and also looking at how we'll be able to take the advantage of what nature has provided. But finally, and from the first point that I started from, is that the moment we see COVID as a major risk and a security threat to our sustenance, our livelihood, and our growth, we are then not just ready to make the needed change and move forward. So it is not just the government, it is not just the other systems, enterprises and companies that are set in place. It takes the commitment of each and every one of us. If we see it that whatever we need to do at this point will be quite critical to our sustenance and our continuous living as a nation, then we'll begin to look at creative and also mean ways of approaching our activities going forward in such a way that it will help us to continue to live and grow foods that we'll be talking of. Finally, Monty's as a company had looked at creative ways, which I've talked about, in terms of the use of technology, in terms of the use and also products that will help us to grow more from less and even helping our soil, and more importantly, looking after the individuals and the farmers in question. In doing that, putting all of that together as individuals, one after the other, putting all of our beads together, it forms a critical mass and a big cluster that will help to change the paradigm going forward. I want to stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonny. You can put up your mic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would take a moment to quickly recognize, just joining us, Mr. Stephen Prassel, Project Manager, Pacific Ring West Africa Limited, and he joins the discussants on the topic COVID-19, profiting from production to consumption and everything in between. A round of applause for Mr. Stephen Prassel. Welcome.
Thank you for joining us, Stefan. I'll give you a few minutes to also talk to the audience, but I'll summarize for the audience all that Sonny had said. Basically, you are painting a very interesting picture for us. The Honorable Commissioner has spoken about the hard stuff, production, processing, stable crop processing zones. But you are talking to us about the opportunities that COVID has created in the soft stuff, which is really the introduction of technology in newer ways, in different ways, in faster ways into our agricultural systems. You spoke about greenhouses, the farmer that is trying to grow rice in greenhouses. You spoke about input systems. You spoke about the biosafety and security aspects of it. I think the essential message is this. COVID, which is something that was negative, has created new possibilities for us in agriculture. And the area of agrotechnology is a big opportunity area. And Sonny is encouraging us to look at that very, very closely. And now I would hand over to Prassel from Pacific Ring West Africa. You know, COVID must have had an effect on your business, and it must also have created opportunities. So can you talk to the audience, those in the hall and those beyond, about what you are seeing and how Nigeria as a country and Africa as a continent can prepare better and can create more jobs and opportunities from this situation? Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much for this invitation. I think it's a great place to be to talk about the situation before and after COVID. Thank you very much to organize this summit here today. Well, my name is Stefan Prassel and I'm working for the GIZ and for Pacific Ring West Africa. Pacific Ring West Africa is a snack producing company, and we do produce casanovas, snacks made from cassava, cassava chips. We realized that our production was, before the COVID time started in March, 50 times higher than now. And there are many reasons. I want to thank you already to Sammy that he pointed out already all these points about the technique and the plants and trainings, so I do not have to step into this. This is what is definitely as well in our mind and in our challenges. But economically wise, if you see how many people, like daily rateds, lost their jobs and had no income, no money for about 6-7 months. So they have no savings anymore. Food prices, oil price, potatoes, tomatoes, everything, maize, corn, everything went up. And we do realize this in our daily production as well. Because we use, for example, cooking oil to produce our casanova chips. So now the price went up, our production costs went up. The supply of cassava is still possible. Farmers are harvesting, and farmers would have harvested during the COVID time. But during this time, the transport situation was out of no limits, so there was no transport. Farmers couldn't send any cassava, raw and fresh cassava, to our company. So we had to stop our production for 6-7 months. We have about 15 full employees, and we had in mind not to set them off, so we paid them about 65% of the salaries per month to keep them on our side and to support them as well. So if you would have much more employees, the situation would be, of course, very difficult, because I believe many companies are facing the same situation like we do. The cash flow is running out. So we're running out of cash, virtually out. And now what we realize, the markets are opening again, the local markets are opening again. This means we can buy again cassava, and since 2 months we are producing again. But if you compare the volume we are producing from, let's say, March 2020, and now it's just 50% of it. We are selling our products through big supermarkets like ShopRite and Game, but as well to small markets on local market side, in small and big bags like 20 gram and 60 grams. But we realize that the buying is going down. So our turnover is not at the same level to compare in the beginning of the year. And these are all challenging, and we have somehow to see if we can generate a new market. And if we compare the transport system, it's more difficult than in the time before. So this COVID aspect really made a real cut into the whole production. I think the micro, was it working? It's working, okay, sorry. The whole COVID situation stopped our production, and now we realize as well that there's no liquidity in the market. This means our product is very difficult to sell. People do not have money to buy snack foods. People have to buy food which is for daily need. So like a producer and cassava producer, we realize our turnover is going down. These are really serious challenges we have to face. And now we do find ways, of course, to do it. But as a private company, it's very difficult. So now we are trying as well to get support in more different systems. What we do on our side as well, and this is what we do together with the GIZ, with German Development Corporation. We do train farmers in the state of Nasraba. We started this year. Everything was delayed due to COVID, but I don't have to mention this. We started this year in Lafia, in Akwamba and Wamba to start with farmer business school training. So farmers will trained in financial aspects. In the beginning of next year, we will continue with the trainings and want to reach about 1,500 farmers. In addition to the farmer business schools, we want to train farmers in good agricultural practice to increase the yields per hectare for cassava. So increasing the yield would be one aspect definitely to help farmers and support farmers to make agriculture as a business. And this is sometimes we are still facing the situation farmers have low yields like 5-6 kilos per hectare. This would not be really generating an income for the farmers. If our trainings could now start, and we started, hopefully COVID will not continue for a longer time, farmers might increase their productivity by the next planting season, and then after the next planting and harvesting season in 8 to 10 months, also 10 to 12 months even. So this would be ways we could channel and support our farmers, because we do rely on farmers, because farmers are producing our raw material. And if we increase the farmers' productivity and the yields of cassava and other crops, intercrops like maize, so both sides will benefit. So we want to create definitely a situation like Casanovas, Pacific Rim West Africa, has a secure and sustainable raw material supply on the one side, and on the other side, the farmers should benefit. And if we could then organize the farmers and create farmer associations or farmer cooperatives, then we could make a complete system, and finally the system would work again. So we are all in the steps from producing cassava on the field, supporting farmers, and the next step is of course transport situation, and then good quality cassava at the factory site and to process it. So from our terms now, we could process the double amount of cassava, but we have to sell, of course. And this is now our situation, what we have to challenge. Production, buying from the farmers will receive an income, and then the export market might be a solution, what we want to tackle. We have all the documents in place, and we export already to Europe and Germany, and of course the local market, because we want to serve both. So in between these situations and these challenges, we are working and we are trying to find solutions. This I would like to give you maybe inside picture what's happening for processors in cassava. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Stefan. I like what you raised, which was very interesting. You spoke about the economic impact of COVID on our manufacturing. And you also spoke about the effects on real people, real workers who earn a paycheck month on month, whose jobs were at risk. And you spoke about the effects on real farmers, people that had produced, they could not sell, they did not have access to markets. And you've also spoke about something very important, I will call it the effect on women, the wives, the mothers, that people are actually now just spending their money for survival items. They buy food that they want to eat. Nobody now has excess money to buy snacks for their children. And this is now creating other effects. But in the midst of what you said, you actually triggered something in my mind, because there are also banks in the room. What I really hear you say is that the financial system in Nigeria also need to think about, and even the government, about what I will call the support for agro-manufacturing. And this support for agro-manufacturing has to come in a number of areas. We can borrow ideas from America. The Americans run a program they call the Payroll Protection Program, which is to protect payroll so that businesses can be running during the COVID. I think now we need to consider similar programs. And then access to market programs, which is government, private sector. You spoke about the system, which is training farmers, giving them high quality seeds, giving them high quality fertilizer. What I hear you say is that we now need to consciously work on the system, which the Honorable Commissioner spoke about earlier, which is how do we connect the entire value chain together in a proper way to make sure that even if there's a shock like COVID-19, we can survive the shock and our businesses and our incomes can continue. Thank you very, very much for that. And now it's your opportunity, the audience, to also ask the panelists a few questions, because I'm sure that a few thoughts must have been bubbling through your mind. So if you, Mr. Moderator is signaling to me, have I used up too much time?
Quite. You still have about 10 minutes. So we have some minutes to take questions from the audience. They would ask that you indicate by raising your hands. We'll give you numbers. The procedure will be that you just say your name, who you represent, and you go straight to your questions. No preamble, no thesis, just straight to your question. So you'll be number one, sir. Any other person? Number two? Any other person? Any other? Number three? Number four? There's space for one more, number five. If there's a woman, we could take a number six. So we'll make it gender sensitive. Any lady? Anyone? Okay, the ladies are silent on this. So number one, straight to it, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yunus Halidu. I'm representing All Farmers Association of Nigeria. I'm the National Secretary. I stand with the existing protocol. I welcome everybody. My own is not question anyway. My own is an advice. I appreciate all the organizers of this program. I look at it, the major problems of Nigerian farmers today, especially in the north, it's not about COVID-19, it's not about everything. Our major focus today, I wish the Minister of Agriculture is here, and I wish the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will hear my voice today. Nigerian farmers, our major problem today is insecurity. This event, we are supposed to focus on the security of Nigerian farmers, because our take is, the problem is not only in Nigeria, the problem is outside Nigeria. We have to look at the problem. We have to face the insecurity of our farmers in the north and in the entire Nigeria. That's what we should be looking at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number two. Can we take the five, moderator? Is that okay? Sir? Can we take
Yes,
the five?
yes, we can take a five, and I hope somebody is taking notes, because this comment on insecurity is very important.
There's a repertoire.
Thank you very much. My name is Godwin Jimo. I represent Pans Connect, an organization that is based in Abuja here. My question is, based on what you said, that most of Nigeria production, out of it, 60% are lost during the post-harvest season. And from what I also hear from the Honorable Commissioner of Agriculture from Ekiti State, mentioning how they are investing in agriculture. In Nigeria, apart from insecurity issue, one of the things we are also having is infrastructure, which one of them is access to road network. Most of our farmland does not have a good access, roads that leads to their farms. And that is why sometimes it's very hard for motor vehicle to convey their goods from the farm to the next market or the industry for processing. So what is the government doing toward investing in infrastructure where so that farmers can have access to in transporting their farm to their company for processing and or market? Thank you.
Number 3, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. My name is Joab, private sector development specialist and the author of the Exporters Handbook. My question is to Stefan. You did mention the fact that you are focusing on export. I'm sure you are aware that to export is a daunting task. But I know for certain that there are opportunities there because there's going to be a common market, common African market in the next 1 month. On the very 1st of January 2021, after we open and African businesses have opportunities for intertrade within Africa. But my issue is, what's your take on this border closure issue? Are we going to be able to open our borders before the 1st of January 2021 for Nigerian businesses to take the upcoming opportunities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 4.
Good morning. My name is Obute Chizoba Kingsley. I represent the organization called Farm Network Service in Lafia. My question is particularly about the primary production sector. Like our Honorable Commissioner said, we private organizations, getting lands is a very difficult thing, mostly in that region in Lafia, in Nasarawa State. So my question is, he said the development of land of over particular hectares for about 2 billion. The problem that the farmers, this organization has, how would they access these lands for their production process? That's one. And also, a question is that the mechanization of those lands, like for instance, what did my colleague, fellow delegate ask about post-harvest losses? Farmers are really facing that. We also faced that last year. And by the grace of God, we got the combined harvest, and we've seen progress in that aspect. And it's actually one of the reasons prices of products is very high in the market. So I don't know how the government can also look at it in giving farm mechanization to farmers. Thank you.
Number 5.
My name is Sambo Jachup. I'm representing Green Nectar Resources. My question to the Honorable Commissioner is this. I want to go with what he said as well. What is the accessibility of these agro zones to not just farmers, but agro manufacturers and processors? And what are the incentives? Are there tax exemptions for those who come into these zones? And how can they tap into that? Then to Mr. Sonny Ame. Sir, I'm very particular about seed varieties and all those. But in Nigeria, we're looking at climate change, especially in the north, those areas and regions that are very particular about production. And now there are things like desert encroachment. How are we in producing things like seed varieties that are resistant to harsh weathers and climate, so like drought and desertifications, that can survive and thrive in this area? Are there anything or any technology or any advance or even any research in this regard to produce this kind of seed and help them thrive in those areas? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's back to you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. I will give the Honorable Commissioner and the rest of the panelists opportunity to respond. Yeah, 60 seconds, so no need for me to repeat the questions. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Ever since when I was during my university days, government will be saying we need to go back to agriculture, youth must go to farm, this and that. Before my governor appointed me as the Honorable Commissioner for Agric and Food Security in Ekiti State, I've been relating with him, and I told him point blank, I say, sir, if you want food security in this state, you must open land for people. People must have access to land. Imagine I just graduated, serve NYSC, maybe my take home then was 19,000 naira, and you are preaching to me to go back to the farm with 19,000? No, it's not possible. So thanks to His Excellency Dr. John Kayode Fayemi once again. It's not a matter about maybe I'm praising him. No, everybody that knows me before, I only took this appointment 3 months ago. I'm a private sector man. I'm the owner of a High Nutrient International Limited. So from private to public, for us, the support we are giving to people or to investors in Ekiti State, first is we created a land bank. We say this specific zone are for these crops, and that is what I've highlighted to you. In the Ekiti North, it's very good for arable, rice, cassava, and all other words, yam and co. While in our central, the tree crops. So what we did, after creating this special agri-processing zone, though whatever we are doing now, we will be doing it from our MIAG post, MIAG amount. We are expecting support from African Development Bank and even also World Bank, because we believe that we can use that to create a lot of employment, youth employment. Youth in Ekiti State are more than 1 million. How can we generate employment for them? This is the support government of Ekiti State is giving. Like I told you, it's not a matter of saying it. If you come to Ekiti, let me know. I will take you around what we are saying. Special agri-processing zone. So places, we have opened up a rural area from Oye, Ipaho, Okeako, all the rural area. Now, apart from that too, we allocated this land. And it's not a matter of whether you know the Honorable Commissioner or you know Mr. Governor. From my knowledge of private sector with my committee, once you apply for land, okay, I want 500 hectares, I want 1,000 hectares. Even we gave Odua investment 10,000 hectares. It depends on what you want to do. The committee will look at your business plan, we will look at your corporate profile, and if it's individual too, we look at your source of income. Once we know, we categorize some crop that we are giving priority to, like cassava, like rice, and of course, maize, because we believe that all these are what our people need. In poultry alone will require more than 15 million metric tons of maize. We even require more than what Nigeria is producing currently now. We are just producing 11 million metric tons. Maize went as high as 200,000 per ton, even this year. Maybe it has come down a bit now to around 150 or 155. We know the soya too. So if you want to plant soya in Ekiti, you want to plant maize, you want to plant rice, you are welcome. Land will be allocated to you. CFO will be given to you. On the issue of the tax holiday, it depends on the kind of a crop or enterprise you want to get involved in. So, but there are tax holiday as high as up to 3 years. Apart from that too, we have worked with our House of Assembly to ensure that they enact a law that will ensure that government that are coming, your investment will be protected. So it's not a matter of whether one party comes or one party goes. Your investment will be protected when you come to our special processing zone, depending on the crops you want to get involved in. And of course too, processing. You must also put it in your business plan. It's not a matter of just growing cassava. So in Ekiti State now, we have some of the investors that are ground now are cultivating rice, maize, cassava, And for some of them too, they are going to process it. Even some to glucose for cassava, some to ethanol. And for maize farmers too, there are a lot of opportunity off-takers agreement. You know that Ikunderi farm that was created during the Sagari era in 1980, Mr. Governor, with his effort, has invited investors like Promasidor. Now we are targeting production of 10,000 liters of milk every day. We already have 200 cow there now, and we are expecting another 400 JC brand dairy cow there. You can see a whole lot of value chain now. If you are a feed producer.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Okay. Mr. MC,
So thank you once again.
We've run out of time. Thank you very much, sir. If you have questions, there's a link for you to ask further questions, and the panelists are available to respond to you remotely, because you know this is the days of digital. Thank you very much, Agro Nigeria, Feed Nigeria Summit, and the sponsors. Thank you, and thank you, co-panelists. Thank you so much for coming. Okay, good. So, 30-second response from you, Sonny.
All right, I'll keep it brief.
And from Stefan.
So to your questions, there are several development organizations and research organizations that are working on climate smart and resilient seed hybrids and materials here in Nigeria. For sake of time, I'm not going to go into that. If you're interested, you can reach out to me directly and I can provide you the specific information. Thank you.
Stefan.
Yes. The question for opening the borders is of course very important for us as well. We had selected Nigeria because it's a real huge potential and so many people, and we thought it's a big market, and if we take the whole ECOWAS area, then we have a really big market in West Africa, the biggest in Africa in total. And this generates, of course, a huge income, or a turnover at least. So, but there must be liquidity in the market that the people are able to buy snack foods. The export market is, of course, one market we also ready, and the export promotion desk is supporting us in terms of organizing the transport and how to pack and load a container. So from this side for export, we do receive already from government side very good support. And we will see how we can organize and work on this support from export promotion desk for the next months as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm told we have a contribution. We have just a short time to take that contribution. Please make it precise. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
My name is Prakash. I am with IITA, we're a science-based organization, and where we have thousands of scientists working day and night to transform agriculture in Africa. So I'm not going to go into detail on what IITA does. I have a session tomorrow where I'm one of the discussants, where I'll try to make some points over there. But I just wanted to,
I'm sorry, but the discussants can't quite hear you. We ask the sound people to please do something about this.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
My name is Prakash. I'm with IITA, where we have thousands of scientists working day and night to transform agriculture in Africa. I'm not going to go into the details of IITA today. I have a session tomorrow where I'm a discussant as well. But I just wanted to refer to a point our colleague that made regarding the Northeast on the seeds issue. In the past 1 year, we just went through a big process along Bew and Yola corridor, where we did a big scientific exercise where we took 6-foot soil samples and took those samples to IITA lab, analyzed them, and they used data system tools from FAO. And now, as a result, we have some feedback as to what kind of tolerant seeds are very good in those areas, at least along the lines of maize, sorghum, rice, millet, cowpeas, soya, and soybeans. So if anybody would like to be interested to know about that, please do let us know. But I'll speak more on these tomorrow, probably on the cassava side. Stefan, maybe we can talk about it later if you have time. But then we are looking forward to see if we can replicate those kind of things to other states as well. So far, we've been very fortunate that US government through USAID has supported us to do this research, and we have actually a program that we are running right now, just focusing on seeds and markets, and to loop into the special agri-processing zones that the minister might be talking about, as
Right,
how we
thank
can
you.
loop into to increase productions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you for the contribution. On this note, we want to say a big thank you to the discussants, Mr. Bolaji Akimboro, who helped to coordinate and moderate discussants, who all participated in this. Honorable Olabode Adetoye Ekiti, State Commissioner of Agriculture, Mr. Sefran Prassel, Project Manager Pacific Ring West Africa Limited, and Mr. Sonny Ahmed, Director, Motis Plant Food Company. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please a round of applause for them. Thank you. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we want to inform you that very shortly we will be going into the second session, and we will be expecting some of our policy people to join us very shortly. That includes the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. At the moment, we'll take a break. It's a tea break, and the procedure for the tea break is just outside the hall. Everyone is invited to participate in the tea break for just 15 minutes, and then we'll be right back. I'd like to quickly confirm that tea is ready. Is it ready? It's ready. So please, we can go for tea break now, 15 minutes, and we'll be right back. Thank you very much.
capacity to fully maximize the potentials of its agricultural sector and the course of the nation's economic development. What are these constraints? Why does Nigeria still have millions of hungry citizenry despite decades of agricultural practice? How can the largest black nation on earth ensure food for all? The desire to provide holistic answers to these questions birthed the Feed Nigeria Summit in 2017, hosted annually by Agro Nigeria.
Because I believe that we all know what it takes to get transformation to happen here in Africa and here in Nigeria. It takes a determination by the public and the private sector to support farmers with access to technology, access to market, access to finance, access to crop insurance, access to everything that is needed and required to help them succeed.
The summit was conceptualized as a platform to prefer critical workable solutions to real present problems in the Nigerian agricultural sector while maximizing the opportunities to achieve sustainable improvement in productivity across the sector's value chain. FNS serves to do the heavy lifting by advancing the cause of private sector agribusinesses with a view to ensure that Nigeria maximizes her developmental potentials. Over the years, the Feed Nigeria Summit has earned its position as the country's foremost sectorial assembly responsible for catalyzing transformational progress in Nigeria's agricultural sector. It has provided a rallying platform for ventilating the process, progress and impact of efforts aimed at addressing Nigeria's ambition to achieve the target of zero food importation. In 2017, in the wake of the national economic recession, the FNS focused centrally on the homegrown school feeding program of the federal government with the primary aim of connecting the farm gate with offtake. The rationale for this was the need to make the program a catalyst for increased agricultural productivity and larger economic rhythm, particularly at a time when Nigeria was coping with economic recession. Based on resolutions made at FNS 2017, the homegrown school feeding program re-energized the agricultural value chain, expanding the program to feed some 7.7 million children in 24 states of the Federation and ensuring farm gates purchase of produce. The 2018 summit set out to build on the gains of the previous year's action plan, hence it was themed Consolidating the Growth. It recognized the need to provide a framework for more synergy between the private and public sectors with a view to strategically deploy Nigeria's strengths in key agro-value chains presenting comparative advantage. In 2019, the summit emphasized the indispensable role of partnership in uplifting the sector. It advanced the course for youth participation and further strengthened the role of micro, small and medium-scale enterprises. In this regard, the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Alhaji Sabo Nanono, had underscored effective policy implementation as a critical objective of his administration, piggybacking on the government's drive to diversify the economy by transforming the fortunes of the sector. The minister charged that it was time to sit up.
This country, frankly, has the potential to produce every crop that you can think of. Every crop that you can think of that is grown in the tropical region. But for one reason or another, we miss the roads many times. But I think we are on the path. Both the private sector and the government are now understanding each other on this level. And I hope this partnership between government and the private sector will continue and continue forever for the growth of Nigerian agricultural sector.
The 2019 summit also featured the deal brokerage room, a component introduced to forge project partnerships for farmer associations and cooperatives that required wholesale delivery of solutions, whether on farm, farm gate, or market related. It was an instant hit. This year, the Feed Nigeria Summit is set to be true to type in terms of its unique high-end value and impact delivery. Going by the disruptions brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, FNS 2020 seeks to encourage conversation around key-based evidence solutions for recalibrating the Nigerian economy by leveraging the agricultural sector's transformative capacity. This year's theme, Agribusiness, leading Nigeria's recovery, aptly sets the tone for the summit, which is scheduled to take place on December 1st and 2nd, 2020, at its now traditional venue, the Ladi Kwali Conference Center, Sheraton Hotel and Towers, Abuja. As a special edition of the summit, owing to the peculiarities of this year, the FNS 2020 has been packaged with a recovery-oriented theme that will feature prominently across the summit's delivery framework. Key entities are the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, other relevant sister ministries, departments and agencies of government, the African Development Bank, as well as the organized private sector and developmental partners will all come together as part of the intensive engagement that will forge execute the core summit. At the center of this year's summit is a special agro-industrial processing zones project, which is set for formal unveiling. The Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones project is a strategic initiative of the federal government of Nigeria and implemented through the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development with the support of the African Development Bank. It aims to develop Nigeria's competitive processing capacity, terminate post-harvest losses in agriculture, reduce food importation, and strengthen food and nutrition security. It will therefore boost revenue generation from agricultural export and secure wealth for rural farming communities. With a special agro-industrial processing zones project backed by a $500 million support fund from the AFDB and an additional $200 million from the International Fund for Agricultural Development, Nigeria's productive capacity in agriculture is set for a radical boost. Also, FNS 2020 will be a veritable platform to project the goals, objectives, aspirations and achievements of the federal government of Nigeria in the agricultural sector. In particular, the National Agricultural Technology and Innovation Plan and Private Sector Inclusion Campaign, the Agriculture Policy Alliance Project, will take center stage, as will the current interventions under the Agriculture for Food and Jobs Plan. This year's summit is being packaged with the strong support of the African Development Bank Group. The partnership with the bank has been consistent from the inception of the event and is undoubtedly the strongest indication of the FNS unique and frontline role in shaping and directing stakeholder interest, opinions and actions in the sector. The AFDB's leadership has noted in its resolve to use this platform to advance its strategic engagements in agricultural space and to connect Nigeria to the bank's Feed Africa strategy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Africa must feed itself. It is inconceivable that a continent with abundant arable land, water, diverse agroecological richness, and sunshine is a net food importing region. And Africa has 65% of all the arable land left in the world to meet the food needs of 9 billion people on the planet by 2050. This is a huge untapped potential, and Africa cannot eat potential.
In all of these, the fundamental intent is to re-engineer the agricultural sector towards achieving President Muhammadu Buhari's policy inclination to leverage the sector for creating jobs and attaining food and nutrition security. For a journey that started only a few years ago, the trajectory of the Feed Nigeria Summit is a testament to how much willpower, determination, and a spirit of unwavering resilience can advance Nigeria and indeed Africa's banner in global agriculture. Ultimately, the vision is simple: zero hunger, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 2. While the task to end hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture is not a one-man, one-summit undertaking. It sure has a leading platform for its advancements and ultimate attainment. In 2019, the agriculture sector, the biggest employer of labour, contributed about 21.91% to national gross domestic product. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the sector also contributed 24.6% to GDP as of the second quarter of 2020. In fact, this sector has been dubbed a gold mine, capable of single-handedly driving the Nigerian economy. Again, with earnings from agriculture expected to hit a premium 91 trillion by 2050, it has become indisputable that the sector holds the power to not only eradicate poverty and hunger for the common man, but to also deliver unprecedented change for all. This proves that the well-grounded call for a paradigm shift from a mono to a more diversified and multi-productive economy is well-founded. However, despite the achievements recorded so far through the efforts of the government and the private sector, a lot stand in the way of Nigeria's capacity to fully maximize the potentials of its agricultural sector and the course of the nation's economic development. What are these constraints? Why does Nigeria still have millions of hungry citizenry despite decades of agricultural practice? How can the largest black nation on earth ensure food for all? The desire to provide holistic answers to these questions birthed the Feed Nigeria Summit in 2017, hosted annually by Agro Nigeria.
But I believe that we all know what it takes to get transformation to happen here in Africa and here in Nigeria. It takes a determination by the public and the private sector to support farmers with access to technology, access to market, access to finance, access to crop insurance, access to everything that is needed and required to help them succeed.
The summit was conceptualized as a platform to proffer critical workable solutions to real present problems in the Nigerian agricultural sector while maximizing the opportunities to achieve sustainable improvement in productivity across the sector's value chain. FNS serves to do the heavy lifting by advancing the cause of private sector agribusinesses with a view to ensure that Nigeria maximizes her developmental potentials. Over the years, the Feed Nigeria Summit has earned its position as the country's foremost sectorial assembly responsible for catalyzing transformational progress in Nigeria's agricultural sector. It has provided a rallying platform for ventilating the process, progress and impact of efforts aimed at addressing Nigeria's ambition to achieve the target of zero food importation. In 2017, in the wake of the national economic recession, the FNS focused centrally on the homegrown school feeding program of the federal government with the primary aim of connecting the farm gate with offtake. The rationale for this was the need to make the program a catalyst for increased agricultural productivity and larger economic revamp, particularly at a time when Nigeria was coping with economic recession. Based on resolutions made at FNS 2017, the homegrown school feeding program re-energized the agricultural value chain, expanding the program to feed some 7.7 million children in 24 states of the Federation and ensuring farm gates purchase of produce. The 2018 summit set out to build on the gains of the previous year's action plan, hence it was themed Consolidating the Growth. It recognized the need to provide a framework for more synergy between the private and public sectors with a view to strategically deploy Nigeria's strengths in key agro-value chains presenting comparative advantage. In 2019, the summit emphasized the indispensable role of partnership in uplifting the sector. It advanced the course for youth participation and further strengthened the role of micro, small and medium-scale enterprises. In this regard, the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Alhaji Sabo Nanono, had underscored effective policy implementation as a critical objective of his administration, piggybacking on the government's drive to diversify the economy by transforming the fortunes of the sector. The minister charged that it was time to sit up.
This country, frankly, has the potential to produce every crop that you can think of. Every crop that you can think of that is grown in the tropical region. But for one reason or another, We missed the roads many times. But I think we are on the path. Both the private sector and the government are now understanding each other on this level. And I hope this partnership between government and the private sector will continue and continue forever for the growth of Nigerian agricultural sector.
The 2019 summit also featured the deal brokerage room, a component introduced to forge project partnerships for farmer associations and cooperatives that required wholesale delivery of solutions, whether on farm, farm gate, or market related. It was an instant hit. This year, the Feed Nigeria Summit is set to be true to type in terms of its unique high-end value and impact delivery. Going by the disruptions brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, FNS 2020 seeks to encourage conversation around key-based evidence solutions for recalibrating the Nigerian economy by leveraging the agricultural sector's transformative capacity. This year's theme, Agribusiness, leading Nigeria's recovery, aptly sets the tone for the summit, which is scheduled to take place on December 1st and 2nd, 2020, at its now traditional venue, the Ladi Kwali Conference Center, Sheraton Hotel and Towers, Abuja. As a special edition of the summit, owing to the peculiarities of this year, the FNS 2020 has been packaged with a recovery-oriented theme that will feature prominently across the summit's delivery framework. Key entities are the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, other relevant sister ministries, departments and agencies of government, the African Development Bank, as well as the organized private sector and developmental partners will all come together as part of the intensive engagement that will forge execute the core summit. At the center of this year's summit is a special agro-industrial processing zones project, which is set for formal unveiling. The Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones project is a strategic initiative of the federal government of Nigeria and implemented through the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development with the support of the African Development Bank. It aims to develop Nigeria's competitive processing capacity, terminate post-harvest losses in agriculture, reduce food importation, and strengthen food and nutrition security. It will therefore boost revenue generation from agricultural export and secure wealth for rural farming communities. With a special agro-industrial processing zones project backed by a $500 million support fund from the AFDB and an additional $200 million from the International Fund for Agricultural Development, Nigeria's productive capacity in agriculture is set for a radical boost. Also, FNS 2020 will be a veritable platform to project the goals, objectives, aspirations and achievements of the federal government of Nigeria in the agricultural sector. In particular, the National Agricultural Technology and Innovation Plan and Private Sector Inclusion Campaign, the Agriculture Policy Alliance Project, will take center stage, as will the current interventions under the Agriculture for Food and Jobs Plan. This year's summit is being packaged with the strong support of the African Development Bank Group. The partnership with the bank has been consistent from the inception of the event and is undoubtedly the strongest indication of the FNS unique and frontline role in shaping and directing stakeholder interest, opinions and actions in the sector. The AFDB's leadership has noted in its resolve to use this platform to advance its strategic engagements in agricultural space and to connect Nigeria to the bank's Feed Africa strategy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Africa must feed itself. It is inconceivable that a continent with abundant arable land, water, diverse agroecological richness, and sunshine is a net food importing region. And Africa has 65% of all the arable land left in the world to meet the food needs of 9 billion people on the planet by 2050. This is a huge untapped potential, and Africa cannot eat potential.
In all of these, the fundamental intent is to re-engineer the agricultural sector towards achieving President Muhammadu Buhari's policy inclination to leverage the sector for creating jobs and attaining food and nutrition security. For a journey that started only a few years ago, the trajectory of the Feed Nigeria Summit is a testament to how much willpower, determination, and a spirit of unwavering resilience can advance Nigeria and indeed Africa's banner in global agriculture. Ultimately, simple. 0. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 2. While the task to end hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture is not a one-man, one-summit undertaking. It sure has a leading platform for its advancement and ultimate attainment. For the average Nigerian, the struggle for food is war, a daily act of survival full of uncertainties. Nigeria, the largest black nation on earth, is blessed with untapped arable land and a youthful population. In 2019, the agriculture sector, the biggest employer of labour, contributed about 21.91% to national gross domestic product. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the sector also contributed 24.6% to GDP as at the second quarter of 2020. In fact, this sector has been dubbed a gold mine, capable of single-handedly driving the Nigerian economy. Again, with earnings from agriculture expected to hit a premium 91 trillion by 2050, it has become indisputable that the sector holds the power to not only eradicate poverty and hunger for the common man, but to also deliver unprecedented change for all. This proves that the well-grounded call for a paradigm shift from a mono to a more diversified and multi-productive economy is well-founded. However, despite the achievements recorded so far through the efforts of the government and the private sector, a lot stand in the way of Nigeria's capacity to fully maximize the potentials of its agricultural sector and the course of the nation's economic development. What are these constraints? Why does Nigeria still have millions of hungry citizenry despite decades of agricultural practice? How can the largest black nation on earth ensure food for all? The desire to provide holistic answers to these questions birthed the Feed Nigeria Summit in 2017, hosted annually by Agro Nigeria.
Because I believe that we all know what it takes to get transformation to happen here in Africa and here in Nigeria. It takes a determination by the public and the private sector to support farmers with access to technology, access to market, access to finance, access to crop insurance, access to everything that is needed and required to help them succeed.
The summit was conceptualized as a platform to prefer critical workable solutions to real present problems in the Nigerian agricultural sector while maximizing the opportunities to achieve sustainable improvement in productivity across the sector's value chain. FNS serves to do the heavy lifting by advancing the course of private sector agribusinesses with a view to ensure that Nigeria maximizes her developmental potentials. Over the years, the Feed Nigeria Summit has earned its position as a country's foremost sectorial assembly responsible for
Attention, please. It's time to return to the hall. We appeal to everyone to please come back to the hall as we're set to resume the next session now. Please return to the hall. We're set to resume the next session now. Thank you.
Feeding program of the federal government with the primary aim of connecting the farm gate with offtake. The rationale for this was the need to make the program a catalyst for increased agricultural productivity and larger economic revamp, particularly at a time when Nigeria was coping with economic recession. Based on resolutions made at FNS 2017, the Homegrown School Feeding Program re-energized the agricultural value chain, expanding the program to feed some 7.7 million children in 24 states of the Federation and ensuring farm gates purchase of produce. The 2018 summit set out to build on the gains of the previous year's action plan, hence it was themed Consolidating the Growth. It recognized the needs to provide a framework for more synergy between the private and public sectors with a view to strategically deploy Nigeria's strengths in key agro value chains presenting comparative advantage. In 2019, the summit emphasized the indispensable role of partnership in uplifting the sector. It advanced the course for youth participation and further strengthened the role of micro, small and medium-scale enterprises. In this regard, the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Alhaji Sabo Nanono, had underscored effective policy implementation as a critical objective of his administration, piggy-banking on the government's drive to diversify the economy by transforming the fortunes of the sector. The minister charged that it was time to sit up.
This country, frankly, has the potential to produce every crop that you can think of. Every crop that you can think of that is grown in the tropical region. But for one reason or another, we miss the roads many times. But I think we are on the path. Both the private sector and the government are now understanding each other on this level. And I hope this partnership between government and the private sector will continue and continue forever for the growth of Nigerian agricultural sector.
The 2019 summit also featured the deal brokerage room, a component introduced to forge project partnerships for farmer associations and cooperatives that required wholesale delivery of solutions, whether on farm, farm gate, or market related. It was an instant hit. This year, the Feed Nigeria Summit is set to be true to type in terms of its unique high-end value and impact delivery. Going by the disruptions brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, FNS 2020 seeks to encourage conversation around key-based evidence solutions for recalibrating the Nigerian economy by leveraging the agricultural sector's transformative capacity. This year's theme, Agribusiness, Leading Nigeria's Recovery, aptly sets the tone for the summit, which is scheduled to take place on December 1st and 2nd, 2020, at its now traditional venue, the Ladi Kwali Conference Center, Sheraton Hotel and Towers, Abuja. As a special edition of the summit owing to the peculiarities of this year, the FNS 2020 has been packaged with a recovery-oriented theme that will feature prominently across the summit's delivery framework. Key entities are the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, other relevant sister ministries, departments and agencies of government, the African Development Bank, as well as the organized private sector and developmental partners will all come together as part of the intensive engagement that will forge execute the core summit. At the center of this year's summit is a special agro-industrial processing zones project, which is set for formal unveiling. The Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones project is a strategic initiative of the federal government of Nigeria and implemented through the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development with the support of the African Development Bank. It aims to develop Nigeria's competitive processing capacity, terminate post-harvest losses in agriculture, reduce food importation, and strengthen food and nutrition security. It will therefore boost revenue generation from agricultural export and secure wealth for rural farming communities. With a special agro-industrial processing zones project backed by a $500 million support fund from the AFDB and an additional $200 million from the International Fund for Agricultural Development, Nigeria's productive capacity in agriculture is set for a radical boost. Also, FNS 2020 will be a veritable platform to project the goals, objectives, aspirations and achievements of the federal government of Nigeria in the agricultural sector. In particular, the National Agricultural Technology and Innovation Plan and private sector inclusion campaign, the Agriculture Policy Alliance project will take center stage, as will the current interventions under the Agriculture for Food and Jobs plan. This year's summit has been packaged with the strong support of the African Development Bank Group. The partnership with the bank has been consistent from the inception of the event and is undoubtedly the strongest indication of the FNS unique and frontline role in shaping and directing stakeholder interest, opinions and actions in the sector. The AFDB's leadership has not hidden its resolve to use this platform to advance its strategic engagements in agricultural space and to connect Nigeria to the bank's Feed Africa strategy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Africa must feed itself. It is inconceivable that
The struggle for food is war, a daily act of survival full of uncertainties. Nigeria, the largest black nation on earth, is blessed with untapped arable land and a youthful population. In 2019, the agriculture sector, the biggest employer of labor, contributed about 21.91% to national gross domestic product. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the sector also contributed 24.6% to GDP as at the second quarter of 2020. In fact, this sector has been dubbed a gold mine, capable of single-handedly driving the Nigerian economy. Again, with earnings from agriculture expected to hit a premium 91 trillion by 2050, it has become indisputable that the sector holds the power to not only eradicate poverty and hunger for the common man, but to also deliver unprecedented change for all. This proves that the well-grounded call for a paradigm shift from a mono to a more diversified and multi-productive economy is well-founded. However, despite the achievements recorded so far through the efforts of the government and the private sector, a lot stand in the way of Nigeria's capacity to fully maximize the potentials of its agricultural sector and the course of the nation's economic development. What are these constraints? Why does Nigeria still have millions of hungry citizenry despite decades of agricultural practice? How can the largest black nation on earth ensure food for all? The desire to provide holistic answers to these questions birthed the Feed Nigeria Summit in 2017, hosted annually by Agro Nigeria.
Because I believe that we all know what it takes to get transformation to happen here in Africa and here in Nigeria. It takes a determination by the public and the private sector to support farmers with access to technology, access to market, access to finance, access to crop insurance, access to everything that is needed and required to help them succeed.
The summit was conceptualized as a platform to proffer critical workable solutions to real present problems in the Nigerian agricultural
Attention,
sector,
please.
while maximizing
This is an
opportunities
announcement
achieve
to
sustainable improvements in
remind everyone
productivity
outside,
across
all
the sector's
delegates and
value
participants,
chain.
to please
FNS
come back
serves
to the
do
hall
heavy
as we are
lifting
set
by
to resume
advancing the course
the
of
next
private
session
sector
now.
agribusinesses
Please return
with a
to the
view
hall
to ensure
as
that
we're set
Nigeria
to resume the next
maximizes
session
the
now.
developmental
Thank you.
potentials. Over the years, the Feed Nigeria Summit has earned its position as a country's foremost sectorial assembly responsible for catalyzing transformational progress in Nigeria's agricultural sector. It has provided a rallying platform for ventilating the process, progress and impact of efforts aimed at addressing Nigeria's ambition to achieve the target of zero food importation. In 2017, in the wake of the national economic recession, the FNS focused centrally on the homegrown school feeding program of the federal government with the primary aim of connecting the farm gate with offtake. The rationale for this was the need to make the program a catalyst for increased agricultural productivity and larger economic revamp, particularly at a time when Nigeria was coping with economic recession. Based on resolutions made at FNS 2017, the homegrown school feeding program re-energized the agricultural value chain, expanding the program to feed some 7.7 million children in 24 states of the Federation and ensuring farm gates purchase of produce. The 2018 summit set out to build on a gains of the previous year's action plan, hence it was themed Consolidating the Growth. It recognized the need to provide a framework for more synergy between the private and public sectors with a view to strategically deploy Nigeria's strengths in key agro-value chains presenting comparative advantage. In 2019, the summit emphasized the indispensable role of partnership in uplifting the sector. It advanced the course for youth participation and further strengthened the role of micro, small and medium-scale enterprises. In this regard, the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Alhaji Sabo Nanono, had underscored effective policy implementation as a critical objective of his administration, piggybacking on the government's drive to diversify the economy by transforming the fortunes of the sector. The minister charged that it was time to sit up.
This country, frankly, has the potential to produce every crop that you can think of. Every crop that you can think of that is grown in the tropical region. But for one reason or another, we miss the roads many times. But I think we are on the path. Both the private sector and the government are now understanding each other on this level. And I hope this partnership between government and the private sector will continue and continue forever for the growth of Nigerian agricultural sector.
The 2019 summit also featured the deal brokerage room, a component introduced to forge project partnerships for farmer associations and cooperatives that required wholesale delivery of solutions, whether on farm, farm gate, or market related. It was an instant hit. This year, the Feed Nigeria Summit is set to be true to type in terms of its unique high-end value and impact delivery. Going by the disruptions brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, FNS 2020 seeks to encourage conversation around key-based evidence solutions for recalibrating the Nigerian economy by leveraging the agricultural sector's transformative capacity. This year's theme, Agribusiness, Leading Nigeria's Recovery, aptly sets the tone for the summit, which is scheduled to take place on December 1st and 2nd, 2020, at its now traditional venue, the Ladi Kwali Conference Center, Sheraton Hotel and Towers, Abuja. As a special edition of the summit owing to the peculiarities of this year, the FNS 2020 has been packaged with a recovery-oriented theme that will feature prominently across the summit's delivery framework. Key entities are the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, other relevant sister ministries, departments and agencies of government, the African Development Bank, as well as the organized private sector and developmental partners will all come together as part of the intensive engagement that will forge execute the core summit. At the center of this year's summit is a special agro-industrial processing zones project, which is set for formal unveiling. The Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones project is a strategic initiative of the federal government of Nigeria and implemented through the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development with the support of the African Development Bank. It aims to develop Nigeria's competitive processing capacity, terminate post-harvest losses in agriculture, reduce food importation, and strengthen food and nutrition security. It will therefore boost revenue generation from agricultural export and secure wealth for rural farming communities. With a special agro-industrial processing zones project backed by a $500 million support fund from the AFDB,
Very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome and thank you for being here. If you've been here earlier and if you're just joining us, thank you for joining us. It's the Feed Nigeria Summit 2020 with a theme, Agribusiness Leading Nigeria's Recovery, holding on this day. I want to quickly recognize the supporters of the Feed Nigeria Summit. They include the African Development Fund, the African Development Fund, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Crop IT, OFAB Nigeria, National Biotechnology Development Agency, NABDA, Presco PLC, and all this powered by Agro Nigeria. Once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here, and take a moment to give yourselves a round of applause. Would you do that quickly? I heard earlier Mr. Richard say that agriculture cannot be locked down. And I'm sure that after that first session we had with COVID-19, profiting from production to consumption and everything in between, we've learned the resilience, enhancement that's involved despite the situation of COVID-19. Very interesting session it was. And the next session promises to be even more interesting. Let me quickly invite to the podium the discussants and moderator of the next session. The next session will be moderated by the Technical Advisor Knowledge Management to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Please welcome Barrister Richard Mark Barham to the podium. Please a round of applause for him. I also want to invite to the podium, let me inform you that joining us online, I believe we should have her online now, is CEO Diani Visions, Mrs. Omoni Oboli. Is she online with us? Can we confirm that? Is she online? Okay, I'm told she's online, so hopefully, okay, there she is. Thank you for joining us, Oboli. Thank you. Please a round of applause for her. Also joining us physically right here, we'll have we have Comrade Obi Okpara, is President Youth Voice Forum. Comrade Obi Okpara, President Youth Voice Forum. Please a round of applause for him. He steps forward. We also invite Mrs. Peace Chijioke, Small Scale Women Farmer Organization of Nigeria, Abuja chapter. Mrs. Peace Chijioke, is she here? Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for the lady she's coming up to. Joining us also is Mr. Olumide Ojo, his Program Manager, Resilience and Private Sector Engagement for Oxford. He's actually representing the country director. Please a round of applause for Mr. Olumide Ojo. Thank you very much for joining us. And joining the team of discussants is Mrs. Uzoamaka Ugochukwu, Country Launch Manager for PAD Effort. Mrs. Uzoamaka Ugochukwu, is she here? I was told she's here with us. Is she here, Mrs. Uzoamaka Ugochukwu? Okay, probably she will join us in between. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so we are good and set to go. Do remember that, as I told you earlier, very shortly we hope to have the Honorable Minister joining us, and so we would also have the big session coming up at that time. I want to, before we kickstart this session, recognize very specially the chairman of the Feed Nigeria Summit Organizing Committee, Professor Eustace Iyayi. He's been here all the while. I believe he's still around. If he's not, is he around, Professor Iyayi? Okay. Okay, I think he's around. So just want to recognize that there he is. Thank you very much, sir. Please a round of applause for Professor Iyayi. Thank you very much. So we will, Professor Iyayi, please, we want you up front here, sir. Please come forward. Please another round of applause for him. He's been here true to time from the very beginning and has stayed through. A true chairman indeed, and has shown what it means when you say agriculture cannot be locked down. Prof, please take a seat. Thank you very much, sir. Let me also very specially invite to the front seat. He participated in the first session and gave a good account of his state. Honorable Olabode Adutoye is Ekiti State Commissioner of Agriculture. Please a round of applause for him. I heard Honorable say, just come to Ekiti State and look for me and I will show you what you need to see. Did you say that, sir? So, reported speech. Another round of applause for him. Thank you very much. So, we move on right now as I'll hand the microphone over to Barrister Richard Mark Mbaram, Technical Assistant to Knowledge Management to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Please a round of applause for our moderator as he kickstart this session. Sir.
Thank you very much, Tokwe. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I want to state very quickly that I am basically a proxy for the actual moderator who is thousands of miles away from here. You had seen her face earlier on, Mrs. Omoni Oboli. I will do the best I can. Omoni, if you're hearing me now, I'll do the best I can to speak for you. But as God would have it, you're also virtually connected. So if I make any mistakes, feel free to mark my script in a hurry. Thank you very much. So I would want each of the panelists to say a few words about yourself, the work you do, maybe in a minute, basically, and then we can carry on from there. Mr. Joe, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from my country director, Mr. Constant Chona. He's unavoidably absent. So I'm Olumide Ojo. I work for Oxfam International in Nigeria. As Oxfam, what we do is to provide collaborative and cooperative support to the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in developing solution models towards tackling the problems of food insecurity, poverty, social exclusion, and gender injustice across Nigeria. We work mostly with the vulnerable population, and especially using the platforms of the civil society organization and local partners through whom we deliver our interventions. So we're very happy to associate with Agro Nigeria. We are very excited associating with the Feed Nigeria Summit, and we pray we all have a very fruitful and worldwide investment of our time in this 2 days event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olumide. That's very cut. Get straight to the point. Comrade Obi, it's your turn.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Comrade Obi Opera. I'm the president of Nigeria Youth Voice. Youth Voice is an organization formed to foster unity among Nigeria youths, irrespective of religious affiliation. And our aim is to empower youth in agriculture and ICT. Thank you.
Fantastic. I think if anyone remembers the events of the last, let's say, how many days? At least within the last 90 days, we know what transpired in this country. So you will understand, why that man is saying that across religious boundaries and, social divides, the youth voice is actually, an association or an organization focusing on the youths in Nigeria. And you'll understand also why they're here. If you look at the topic for discussion, it is agro-knowledge, unleashing the creative industry to achieve policy targets. So what policy targets, are aimed at the youth? What policy targets are aimed at, gender, maybe women, and the vulnerable? All of those, come into what the discussion this afternoon is going to focus upon. Having said so, I will allow the only lady on this panel, oh, sorry, forgive me, the only lady physically present on this panel, to introduce herself and what she does.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chijoke Ihoma Peace is my name. I represent my president, Madam Mary Afam, from Small Scale Women Farmers Organization. Small Scale Women Farmers Organization is an organization across the 36 states, including FCT. We are an organization of women farmers, rural women farmers. We're not just farming in the city, we farm in the rural places. We go down to the rural places to get women farmers that are among us, and they are our members. We farm, apart from doing our farm work, we also involve in advocacy works, making sure that our government and our politicians do what they have promised us to do. That is what we do as farmers, and we work with other NGOs to make sure that the governments are being monitored and do the right thing that they're supposed to do to the citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. Okay, so I was wondering what the hygiene issues were targeted at, but this is okay, that's understandable. So we're going to take an intervention now from Canada. Mrs. Oboli, could you please introduce yourself and tell us what you do, even though for those of us who have DSTV channels in our houses, that goes without telling. But for the records, what do you do?
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, I think. It's very early morning here. My name is Omoni Oboli. I'm an actor and a filmmaker. I run Journey Visions Entertainment. And if you followed my journey as a filmmaker, then you will know I'm a big advocate for using film and television as a tool to effect change. And I believe that that's one of the reasons why we're here today on this panel, because I strongly believe that film and television is one of the ways, if we're going to glamorize agriculture, and if we're going to make agriculture cool for the young people who are seated there and for the young people in Nigeria as a whole, then we're going to need the entertainment industry, we're going to need Nollywood, we're going to need film, we're going to need television to go on this journey to glamorize agriculture.
Yeah, thanks, Omoni. So Omoni has just touched on something, a point that I consider to be very germane. You see, the theme is agro-nolly, first and foremost. So it's my place and responsibility to explain to you what agro-nolly means. What's the concept behind it? What's the story behind it? It is basically a movement that identified and still does identify the power of the entertainment and creative industry in Nigeria, its power and grip over the younger generation of Nigerians, primarily, and indeed the larger polity. Having recognized that, we at Agro Nigeria sought for a personality within that ecosystem who embodies, all that the industry, basically stands for. And we found in Omoni Oboli a pertinent, relevant, and willing, ally. My first meeting with Omoni was way back offshores at an event convened by the Africa Development Bank. I think that was in Senegal. I stand to be corrected. Omoni, please help me if I'm wrong.
It was in India.
In India, that's right. It was in India. Thank you very much. Okay, so we had met in Ahmedabad. And incidentally, there were other, artists and film, will I say, personalities. They call them, there's a name for them. No, I'm just trying to remember. Celebrities. Thank you very much. So we had a whole lot of celebs, on display. But this one celeb, this one lady struck me because she sounded down to earth. She sounded committed and connected to, the message that she was putting forward. And incidentally, it was an agriculture message all through that rang out at that event. Not to take too time to say too much, but we immediately struck a rhythm with Omoni and decided that she was the one that we were going to be anchoring our efforts, in bringing Nollywood into agriculture. So that's what that name is about, Agro Nolly. So having started by explaining to you, we want to now look at how a concept like that can actually help help us achieve policy targets in the agricultural ecosystem. We have ideas of our own, but because of the caliber of people we have on this session, I know that Olumide Oxfam is a veteran when it comes to tapping into, the power of the entertainment industry. You want to say a few words about what you've done before and how you figure that the entertainment industry or the creative industry can help us achieve policy targets.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And it's a pleasure meeting Omoni Oboli. She's a very popular face on the screen. Now, the subject of discourse is something very pertinent and important, especially at this point in our nation's history, because agriculture has taken a center stage. It has always been at the center stage, but the realization of that fact has always eluded so many people. But today, with the transformation that is taking place within the system, we can see that young people, middle-aged people, corporate people, they are taking their professions in agriculture. And that is one reason why agriculture also needs to be mainstreamed into that particular sector that capture a very wide audience. A very wide audience of influencers in this country. And who are these influencers? The young people. Now, at Oxfam, we believe so much in the power of the people, mobilizing the power of the people against poverty, mobilizing the power of the people to drive positive change. And we've been following up with this using something generally called T4D, Theater for Development. So we invest so much in using Theater for Development as a vehicle to transport our advocacy messages, as a vehicle to transport our campaign messages for the young people, for the policy actors, the duty bearers, for them to be more awakened to their responsibility of providing the rightful direction for agriculture. Now, policy is like a compass. It's like a compass that provides direction of travels to whoever is on a journey. I'm sure people that manage the navigation systems for aircraft and for ships, they will know better what the importance of a compass is. But one of the areas where we need the creative industry that we at Oxfam will be advocating for is for the industry to use the entire influence it has to drive home the fact that there is a missing middle in terms of policy issues in Nigeria. especially between the national government and the sub-national government. And this is what I mean. In fairness to the national government, there exist myriads of policies, not today, not yesterday. And almost everyone here will allude to the common statement that Nigeria does not have a problem of policy. We will say we have problems of implementation of those policies. But we think a little bit differently. Policy at the national level in a federal system may not achieve desired result if the missing link, which is the state and the federal government, are not in sync, if there is no proper handshake in terms of policy synergy. So one of the areas we would like the industry to focus on in driving creativity around is to beam the light on the need for us to have subnational policy direction for agricultural development. Not every state in Nigeria can boast of what Ekiti is doing. I was just telling the Honorable Commissioner during the break that it is only Ekiti that has started the special agro-processing zone projects in the southwest. And that to tell you how much of leadership some states can take. So if the federal government is doing it all, the federal government does not even own land. It does not even hold anybody. You cannot say you are a citizen of the Federal Republic and you wouldn't have an identification to your local government. So if the local government, the state government, are not deliberate in their efforts towards championing agricultural development, then we still have a very long way to go. And this is one area where we may need the creative industry to strategically look into so that we can trigger some conversation around it for a positive improvement.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Olumide. I want to hear from the young folk on this session.
Permit me for a moment, Mr. Moderator, to quickly recognize the Director Planning and Policy Coordination, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, who just stepped in. We're glad to have with us Alhaji Zubairu Abdullahi. Please a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. I want to very quickly say that when I saw Alhaji, I quickly remembered that he represents policy. And he is the Lord of it at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. You're welcome, Alhaji. So, comrade, when we look at the younger folks, we look at the agitations that we had in recent times, we want to feel your pulse this afternoon, in the sense that we want to know how best can we engage you, as a demographic constituency, and would entertainment be a credible means to achieve that?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Richard. The entertainment industry is a very vast area which can be a venue where the youth can queue in by creating employment for the unemployed youth. Secondly, agriculture have not been made attractive for the youth because some youths have the perception of agriculture is not lucrative, and so youths find it difficult to queue in agriculture aspect. They queue in white collar jobs. But I want us to have a policy that will make agriculture more attractive for the youth. By this policy, we will implement localization of agriculture by making it attractive for the youths. Number one is by, through the mechanization, modernizing agricultures, and access to funds. Most of the youths most of the challenge they have some financial challenge to access agriculture fund to start up their business in agro business. So the government will look into assessing, having access to fund for the youth to set up their agro business.
Comrade, so if I can help, I agree that there are a whole lot of ways in which the government needs to enhance the capacity of the younger folks and also attract you into the space, into the agricultural ecosystem. But as a tool to attract you, because in some cases, you know, you have some programs, policies, projects that basically are meant for you, all right? But the messaging, the communication, the narratives behind those messages sometimes even are couched in a way that the younger folks might necessarily feel, oh, no, it's not for us. We can't even bother to go into that, into all that trouble. But can Nollywood become a tool through which we can send messages to you and get your attention appropriately? That's really the question I'm asking. I'm asking that because, I mean, look at the level of connection that the young folks have with Zlatan, with Omaumi, and the rest of them. If we can get these people to help us reach you, will it help us as policy stakeholders in the agricultural sector? That's the question I'm asking.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Richard. We the young folks, we need to have the blueprints of the Nollywood, and the blueprints have to be it have to be a policy that will attract the youth to key in into the agribusiness. We have to, you know, Nollywood is a very, very vast area, as I told you, where we have a lot of young people who are not even creativity. They are not even creative. So they queue in Nollywood, but we need to make it more attractive so that the young folks will queue in it. So the most important thing, we have to know first the blueprints of the Nollywood.
Yeah.
Then we have to have the blueprints. Then we can collapse our structure into it. Yes.
It's okay. Thank you very much. Now, I am coming to you, Madam Swafon. You represent women. How does the affirmative action beat benefit from us unleashing the creative industry into the agricultural ecosystem?
All right, thank you very much. Women, we are the people that put the food on the table. When you go through the farming process from the planting to processing to harvesting to cooking, even putting it on the table, it is a woman's work. It is 80% woman's work. We do the work. But there is this problem between policies and the women that are on the farm, this gap between us. They make the policies, they don't consult us while making these policies. We wear the shoe, we knows where it pains us. They just make the policies for us. But there's also this gap that these women that provide the food, that produce the food, don't understand what you are doing up there. This gap was formerly bridged by extension workers. But now there are no more extension workers. If there are few. So it has been a problem between the women in the farm and the government. So when going through this agro-knowledge, I'm seeing that it is going to help bridge that gap. Because one thing in the rural areas, we listen to radios, we listen to our televisions, we follow every of the announcement, everything going on. But when we don't understand what you're doing, we don't know what you're doing. You're just doing it up there. But when you bring this to make these women understand that this is this will help you, they are ready to do it. But the issue is that most of the times we don't understand. Now, there was a time of GMO issue. The women resorted to not planting anything they bought in the market. We maintained our native crops, our native seeds. After planting, we will remove the ones that we plant next year and keep and sell the ones that we sell. But it's not supposed to be so. When this agronoli will be in use, I believe that it will help these women to understand that this, after planting, what you get is grain, no longer seed. You cannot reuse it for next year. And that this maize we see in the market that has color, it is not genetically mutilated. It is just chemical that is preserving it so that it will not spoil. But most women don't understand that. So they definitely don't want to use any of your foreign anything, any of your agric anything. We prefer going with our native seeds or anything that we have. Even when it has been modified that it will give us more production, we don't understand that. Because
I think that's a very, very important part, Madam, because you just touched on something critical. The activities of certain, will I say, groups and organizations that have sold the idea that biotechnologically enhanced, seeds and varieties, or even foods, may be risky and dangerous to health and all of that. So it is even another issue that needs to be a subject matter of this activity. That's why we said policy objectives, to disabuse the minds of our rural dwellers, in particular women. So I think we can just, for the time being, key into Omoni Oboli's, connect with Omoni Oboli at this juncture, just to pick your brain, Omoni. You have heard so much already about the concerns, both of the young folks and also the women. And we want to know, do you have a solution in mind? What is the strategy that you have at present that you want to maybe, pull out of the hat for us to know this afternoon? So over to you, Omoni. You have the floor.
All right, thanks, Richard. So like I said earlier, film and television is a very effective way to bring about change. If you want to pass a message, the strongest way to pass that message is through film or through television. Like they say, a movie is worth more than 1,000 words. I can go on TV and do an advert and talk about what the lady was just talking about seeds being not for the ones that you harvest are not for replanting, they're for consumption. And the ones out there, because they're colored, it doesn't mean that they're not good for planting. It doesn't mean that they're genetically modified. They're okay for planting. I could do an advert about it and someone would just look at it and say, oh, it's an advert, and they just walk away and they don't even get the message. But guess what? If I put it in a film, if I put it in a television show, and that same person comes across that film or that television show, they are going to get the message more than if someone just took a mic and came and explained it to them. They might not even listen, they might not even get the message. So over the years, in every developed country, they've always used film and television to pass on messages, to pass on agendas, to effect change. I've said this so many times. During the World War, when America wanted to get soldiers to go to the war, what they did was make soldiers the heroes in all the movies. And suddenly, every young boy wanted to go to war because the soldiers looked so romantic. Every soldier came after the war with dark sunglasses, and all the girls wanted them, and they were heroes. So every young boy wanted to enlist for the war. It was a conscious effort. The government actually contacted the film industry and asked for their help because they needed to pass on a strong message. They needed young boys to enlist in the army, and they used film, and it was very effective. As a matter of fact, they had way more people than they needed. They had to actually turn back some people. So that's how effective film and television is. I might not listen to a PSA, but I'll watch a film. And while I'm watching that film and getting entertained, if there is a message in there, I am getting that message. You know, that's why I always say that film is in short the most effective way to pass on an agenda or to pass on a message. It never gets lost. And guess what? A movie lasts forever. In 100 years, you can still watch the same film and that message will still be there. So if we're going to pass on these messages to the young people, if we're going to pass on this message to the women, because guess what? Those are the people who actually watch our films and our TV shows. The young people, the women, they're the ones that are hooked on our shows and our films. If we're going to pass on the vital messages about agriculture that we want to pass on to them, then we cannot stay away any longer. It's, you know, we need to enlist the film industry, the entertainment industry, say, you know what, we need you. This has to be like actually a government intervention, because whatever message the government wants to pass on agriculture or the sector wants to pass, it would take maximum 2 years of consistently trying to pass on that message through film and television. At most 2 years, whatever message you want to pass will be passed. So we can't stay away much longer. It's been a long time coming, and we have to all hands on deck right now, because whether we like it or not, the agriculture sector needs to grow more than it is right now, because that's what's going to drive the country. We have to eat, and if we have to eat, we have to grow our food.
Thanks a
So
lot,
need-
Omoni. Okay, go on.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You can go.
So Omoni, you've touched on some cardinal points, and I just felt like, will I say, harping on some of them. When I grew up, I used to watch this TV show called Cockroach at Dawn. You know, the funny thing is that looking back now, I realize that was basically a vehicle for talking about rural development and agriculture. If you think back, when you hear the birds sing in the morning, that was a tune by Bongo Sikwe or so,
Yeah.
And you just think back now, you just realize that it was about the rural setting. The cock would be crowing on the background. You connected immediately with the life in the village or in the rural areas. So is there a way, I know I'm asking you this as an agent provocateur because I already know the answer, but is there a way that we can put something together for the present day that also captures the practical realities of today, all right? In such a way that it can be a bang activity that runs through several episodes and can now be a vehicle for conveying government's message. I told already, Moni, that my role and responsibility in the ministry as an advisor to the minister is around knowledge management and communication. And trust me, it's a no-brainer. What you're saying is very correct. We need to have a practical vehicle that can really push this message, and we are underutilizing the entertainment and creative industry, without a doubt. I mean, somebody sent me a clip the other day from way down in the in the village, a masquerade, or I think about 3 or 4 of them, were dancing shoki, or whatever, this, one of these new dance, what's the name of that guy? Naira Marley. The masquerade was actually seriously digging it out. But in truth, that act or that activity would have been conveyed through television to the village for the man to be able to now, because a masquerade is actually an individual. Let's face it. It's not a spirit. Sorry. So that individual would have schooled himself, having seen this through the entertainment medium that we're talking about here. So, Omoni, is there a plan for this? And how do we intend to engage stakeholders, to get it off the ground very quickly? Finally, just to clarify, to clear the air on this, the Director of Policy and Planning of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, my Oga, is sitting here. So, Moni, when you're speaking, know that you're making a pitch. All right. So you have the floor.
There are several plans that are already in place. We just need to plug and play, to be honest. This is something that has been very close to my heart for a very long time. I mean, if you remember when we were in Ahmedabad in India, that was maybe 3-4 years ago. I already had plans to work with the agri sector. I mean, even way before that, with the president of AFDB now, I have always had plans to work with the agri sector, because for me as a filmmaker, if you follow my films, you will see it's always about empowerment. My films always have a very strong message. They're very entertaining, but they have a very strong message, and they're always used as a tool to effect change. So the agri sector is one of the sectors that I identified for many years ago, and I've always wanted to work with the agri sector, because, I mean, my grandfather was a farmer, and growing up, I would always go visit my grandfather. So I loved, he was a big time farmer, so I loved, the whole farming, the cocoa farming, the rubber farming. I just loved it. So I've always loved that sector. So as a filmmaker, I've always felt that my role in the agri sector is maybe not be a farmer personally. Eventually I will be at some point, I believe, because I mean, food is the new oil. Agri is the new oil, So if I want to become a billionaire, I might as well be a farmer.
I like that.
Right. But at least I can help. I can help to create the next crop of farmers. I can help to make sure that the young people are seeing farming as something that is cool, as something that they would be able to achieve their dreams. If you want to become a billionaire, then you have to go into farming, because farming is the new oil. So I have several programs that are already in place. I have scripts that have been written, just waiting, for the right opportunity for them to be shot and made into films and made into TV programs, and made into series. We have series that have been done already that actually show agriculture how it should be. That will show the young people, this is it, actually. The truth is, there are young people who are in the agriculture space right now, who are making it, who are actually becoming very successful in that sector. There are young people, but guess what? The other young people out there don't know this. All they're seeing is Davido is a billionaire because he's a musician. This person, do you know what I mean? They're not seeing that they can actually achieve their dreams through agriculture. So it's my job to show them that they can. It's my job to work with the government to make sure that the policies that the government wants people to know about, we're putting them in these TV shows, in these movies, so that people can actually get this information. Because the truth is, whether we like it or not, a lot of people don't watch the news. Nigeria is hard enough the way it is. People want to be entertained. And if that's what they want, then that's fine. We're going to tell them what we want them to know through entertainment. We are going to share our policies with them through entertainment. We're going to push our agenda through entertainment. It's so easy. I'm sure as I'm saying it, it doesn't sound like something that is plausible, but it's so easy. Almost every government in the world works with the entertainment industry. And if Agri wants to be that sector, then you have to work with us.
Thank you very much.
And there are so many programs that I already have in place that all we need to do is plug and play. We're ready to move today, if possible.
Thank you very much, Omoni. I mean, I think a round of applause is apt at this point in time. You see, when you spoke about the fact that it is a deliberate thing. You know, it struck me that, in all honesty, we need to begin to be very deliberate about the things we're doing in this country, particularly in the agricultural space. She said something again, that there are people, young people, making a killing in the sector. And as it were, they are about the best kept secret. The reason is because the camera has not been beamed on what they are doing. We have not had a deliberate resolve on the part of government or policy to say, okay, listen, entertainment industry, there are some of these people, the way we are seeing their balance sheets, you know, it's really making our eyes almost fall out of the socket. And they are in agriculture. Please, 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 help us take the camera to those places where they are doing this business, capture it, so that other people, particularly young ones like them, will understand the value and the promise that agriculture holds. The bulk of the time, what we see are pictures of the drudgery side of agriculture. And as policy, from the policy standpoint, we all know that we're working to ensure that that bit becomes phased out. All right? While we're doing that, we sure need to project what the ideal is and keep that, you know, at the back of our minds. Because by the time you begin to conceive it, you then begin to think of achieving it. You know, that's basically that. And at this point in time, I think it's time for us to have our audience begin to, you know, take a bite at the cherry. If you have a question, where's my compare? Okay, Tokwe, it's time for you now. Let's know those of us who have not just questions. If you have a comment, I insist that my director, policy and planning and coordination must say something.
Shot.
Yes.
Okay. We'll hand the mic over to him. If you have a question, we'll just give you numbers quickly. So the lady will be number 1, you'll be number 2, any other, number 3, and that's it. Sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard. All the members at the high table, sorry I was not here when they mentioned your name, so please forgive me for that. Other ladies and gentlemen and my colleagues here at the high table, I want to start by telling you that I'm highly impressed, and when I was listening to all the discussions from here at the beginning, and especially what the lady said over the screen, I was highly impressed because some of us do not know some of the things that are happening at the various levels of government interventions in agriculture. Agricultural policies, generally, anywhere you go in the world, is all about getting people to mobilize themselves and the resources to achieve the food security of every nation. Over time, you will notice that the agricultural sector has had a lot of opportunities, a lot of different approaches towards agricultural development. The center that I'm talking about, the federal government, has always developed policies that will create a very good environment for people to thrive and move agriculture forward. The states have a stake in developing their own states policies for agriculture. You know, agriculture is in the concurrent list. The local governments have a role to play. But the problem we have, which I want to share with all of us here because we are doing a frank discussion, is that the rate at which the government itself is moving towards raising agriculture is low because the system has refused to accept the new things, the new ways, the new thinking, the technology that is now used to develop agricultural sector in many other parts of the world. I will tell you simply, you have a message on agricultural development, something that could change so many things. I'll give you an example. When this regime came, one of the first things they did was to look at what are the major problems benefiting development of agriculture. One of the few things they recognized was that fertilizer was a very serious issue. Now the federal government got into an agreement with a company in Morocco and did a fantastic job of restarting and refurbishing and establishing most of the fertilizer blending plants all over the country. The good thing is that it brought the prices of fertilizer down to 5,500 from like 12,000 per bag. That was a very good opportunity for people to seize and move forward. And it actually brought some remarkable change in agricultural development. But the thing is that the way rumors or bad information penetrate every sphere of our development today, if those bad rumors, if the vehicle for the delivery of those bad rumors are utilized positively in the dissemination of good information on agricultural development or the development of any other sector in the Nigerian economy will move forward. Today, the best information that moves forward is a negative information. Bad information, our failure, our criticism, the negative things about Nigeria.
Very true.
That is where the information goes. Maybe we have a kind of a flair. We have a love for all the bad things. That is why some of the good policies of government, either by the state or by the federal government, is not cascading down to the right people that are supposed to get this information. So I'm so happy. That's why I told you from the beginning, I'm happy with the kind of discussions I had here, particularly the contribution from the lady when she recognized strongly that the best way to pass information is to go through the Nollywood approach in dramatizing most of these information to get the best out of it. Why do we have to listen to, why do we have to develop films that will only entertain and make us laugh and they don't contribute to our overall development? We have a lot of things. And Madam, I'm not sure if she's listening to me now.
She's hearing you. She's hearing you.
Okay. Yeah, we are very much with you. I can assure you my minister will be here soon, but I can speak on his behalf for now. We will work with you closely and we will actually tell you where we came from, where we are, and where we want to go so that we move this nation forward. I thank you so much for listening.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, my director. Omoni, you want to respond to my director?
Thank you very much, sir. And you're absolutely right. So, sir, it's not a Nigerian problem. The truth is, all over the world, bad news travels faster. That's just how human beings are. So it's not peculiar to us in Nigeria. So that's why we have to be deliberate about what we're putting out there and how we're putting it out there. So the same way this bad news is being disseminated, we will make sure that the policies that we want to be out there, the information that we want to be out there, we are the ones pushing it out, and we're pushing it through entertainment. You're right. People want to be entertained. People want to watch films. People want to relax and be happy. But why are we not giving them what we want them to know while they're relaxing and being entertained? So they will be entertained, yes, because whatever we're going to put out there, the movies, the television shows, they're going to be very entertaining. So they will be entertained, but while we're entertaining them, we are also telling them what we want to tell them. We're giving them the information that they need to have. So it's a deliberate effort to pass on the policies. It's a deliberate effort to effect change. If we're going to change the mindset of Nigerians, if we're going to make them see agriculture for what we want them to see, then we're going to have to put those messages in our TV shows. We're going to put those messages in our movies that we're giving them. So yes, we're going to entertain them, but we're also going to pass on the policies that the government wants them to know. So thank you so much, sir.
Omoni, I mean, the way you're just gyrating, it doesn't, you don't strike me like the lady that I woke out of sleep 1 a.m. Canada time, who has not gone back to bed, but had to prepare for this session. But it's clear that we have touched your passion, and you're really, really, revved up and ready to go. All right, so we had other questions. Yeah.
So we have number one. Please go straight to your question.
Good afternoon,
no
everyone.
introduction. Go ahead.
My name is Askara Lukafo. I want to comment based on what I've had so far. We want to share knowledge and ideas on how to make better policies in agriculture and create more food security in Nigeria, and not just Nigeria but Africa. But anything agriculture is more of practical than pen and paper or film and entertainment. I'm saying this because as a farmer that I am, going to my farm location, I don't even go with my phone when it's rainy season, but now that it's dry season, I go there, but there's no network location, no network services for me to even access my emails or whatever till I get out of the farm location. So as a smallholder farmer now that you want to pass on such an information or anything to, most of the farm locations have nothing to do with TV and television, not even radio, not even ordinary phone. So if we really want to get these things done, I think the best approach is to go for the youth, because they are the ones who are interested in all these phones and whatever, and TV and entertainment. And that should be done using technology, the new trends, the new innovations in agriculture. For instance, as a farmer, I have kids, but they're never interested in knowing what I'm doing. Seeing me carrying cassava stems with trailer load of cassava stems to distribute to my outgrowers is not their interest. But when I got back home last Friday and I was talking to a drone services company to deploy their services for me in monitoring my farming activities for this season, that because of insecurity on the road and whatever, I won't be traveling most of the time. I want to engage their services. And they shared a video clip. My 16-year-old saw it and said, "Mom, please, I'll follow you to the farm next time." I said, "Why?" She said, "I want a girl for that matter. I want to learn how to use this drone and help you in monitoring your farmers." So if we can, maybe if we want to engage anything entertainment, let's go into something like hydroponics, aquaponics, or using big data to drive agriculture, like drone services and satellite image. These are the kind of things that will engage such people that we are targeting at.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much. Number 2.
That's up.
My
Can
name
I
is
just quickly
Chris
say
John.
that I'm glad that you mentioned that, because that in itself is entertainment. Guess what? Your son was never interested when he saw you moving cassava and all that, but the minute you showed him a clip, guess what? That clip is entertainment. That's what got him interested. And that is what we're showing the young people. That's what we're proposing to show the young people, that farming or agriculture is not just about taking cutlass and hoe and carrying cassava and doing all of that. You can do it in a modern way, and that's what the young people want to hear, and that's what they want to see. When they see modernized agriculture, that's when they get interested. But because, like you said, they are into entertainment, we have to show them through the same entertainment that they're into, that you know what, agriculture is now modernized. It's not what you've been seeing in the old movies and old TV shows with people carrying hoe and it's just old people with cutlass and in the villages. That's not what it is anymore. It's now modernized. So that's why we need to show them through the same entertainment, just the way your son got excited when he saw a drone shot. That's what film is. That's what entertainment is.
Thank you, Moni. Yeah, the next question.
My name is Chris John. I'm from the Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, NASME. I think that the conversation is becoming more interesting, but from my background as a business developer, I think that these things should be put within a context. The greatest challenge with the issue of farming and attracting young people into farming is that we do not have business models. All these things that we're talking about, if it is put within a model, the young men will be interested. The technology, they will see how technology is driving business. They will see how they can make money. I love Igbo people. And why I love Igbo people is that after you have spoken very good English, the Igbo man will ask you, how am I going to make money inside this thing where they talk? The young people want to know, with all this technology, how will money come inside this business? So we must make it attractive. The potentials must be seen. How money will come in must be seen. How will attract money? Because it shouldn't just be merely entertainment and technology because the youth like technology.
You know, sir.
Thank you very much.
No, just hold on. Just to let you in on a secret. Immediately you said, to show them how to make money. Comrade Obi said,
And I'm sure you know that Comrade Obi, you know now, I'll say no more.
Okay. In fact, let me just round up by saying this to you. I was privileged to be in a meeting with the former president, General Obasanjo. He begged one of his sons, who is called Tolu, who has PhD. He said, please just stay with me on my farm for a few days. The boy said, Daddy, you know I don't like farming. I have PhD in engineering. What am I doing? He said, no, just come and stay. The boy, after staying for 2 weeks, came back and said, Daddy, your farm is very complicated. Oh. You need technology on how to organize this. So, Daddy, I have decided that I'm going to agribusiness. You be the farmer, and I will be doing agribusiness. And that is why I love the concept of agribusiness. Because if you use the term farming, it looks laborious and looks very disincentive. But if you say it's agribusiness, there's a lot of money in it, and the young men will want to be part of it. Thank you very much.
Like Comrade Obi.
Thank you very much. Number 3.
Thank you very much. Just to make this point. You know, Omoni talked about us being deliberate about the conveyance of information and also techniques, farm techniques, realities in the agricultural space, challenges. But guess what? The target audience is varied. If you're careful to realize that even the policymakers in themselves can be influenced and affected by the content of, films or the content of entertainment materials that go out into the space. They themselves, those who hold, the responsibility, Olumide, you call them there was a term, the duty bearers. When you said that, I really caught on to it because that is the truth. They have the duty to put out policy. And Madam, who was talking about the need to, engage. The truth is that if you are not engaging at the policy level, Madam, I'm speaking to you. If you're not engaging policy, you are only going to continue to react to what you get, but you will not be able to effectively influence, the process that brings, gives you or affects your realities. That's the truth. I used to be on this side of the divide. Don't forget, I was in the private sector. Now I'm in the public sector. And I have seen a lot of stuff sitting on this side of the divide. I can understand Nigeria a whole lot better than when we had FNS 2017, 2018, 19. 2020 is different. I now have a 2020 vision about how things work. And that's why I said when we started that coming into this room in itself is a message that we're sending to our country, our citizens, our kith and kin, that it is not all over. We are defying the odds and making a statement. And that's the deliberate part of things. Until you begin to take steps and understand what your ultimate objective is, and that you're going to chart the course and do the necessary things you need to do to achieve that objective, you've not started. So, who's next? Tokwe? Please feel free.
Number 3. We'll take question number 3. The gentleman, number 3. Where's the microphone, please?
Tokwe, can you share yours?
Sure, I can. Where's number 3? Okay, here. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please permit me to appreciate the organizers of this program, Feed Nigeria Summit. My own is making agriculture attractive to the youth, I'm taking from a different perspective. And whether you call it agribusiness or Nollywood, Nollywood, okay, all the same. Agro-Nolly. Everything boils down to a foundation. We must lay a foundation. Without foundation, even you have good policies, you will never achieve the result. So, on my own side, and please permit me to introduce myself first. I'm Comrade Confidence Maketeli Issa. By God grace, I'm the second Deputy National President, All Farmers Association of Nigeria. From the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, under the leadership of Laji Farouk Rabiu, we have a program that will help to solve this by introducing agricultural clubs in all the senior secondary schools. And believe me, if we have something like that, that will serve as a better platform, a better foundation. At that stage, you will not be forcing now we are forcing youth to buy interest into agriculture. But if you prepare a solid foundation like that by introducing agricultural business clubs in the secondary schools, it will serve more better. With that, after youth graduating from finishing the secondary school level, why waiting for to gain admission into the higher institution? And if it's not possible for them to have that first opportunity, they'll just fall back to agriculture and be making life easy for them. Like what happened the COVID-19. Because of youth we are at home, it gives them the room to develop answers, and they plan and they succeeded in doing something. But if they were to be having something doing, maybe outside the school, they are having something doing in their garden.
You're very correct.
They will not have the time to plan for that.
You're very, very correct.
So AFAN is in a better AFAN will appreciate partnering with the organizers, Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Education, and Youth to establish this. And believe me, it will help, and that will be the best solution for what we are discussing here.
Please, a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Comrade, there is no doubt. I've had conversation with the pro tem president of AFAN. There's no doubt that there is a lot of, will I say, vibrancy of ideas, coming from him and your association at this point in time. Without a doubt, catching them young is a policy objective that we have got to deliberately push. And there's no better place to go than in the secondaries and maybe primary schools where they are still evolving. Yes, so it becomes now a question of how to get their interest in. So you now connect again to this platform. So you can see that there is a connectedness in approaches. So yes, we can partner with you. Yes, we can, I speak for my director, also bring to bear the power of the federal government and indeed all the other subnational, governments into this cause, because it's a laudable one. Thank you very much. Is that all?
Yeah, we have one more question.
I hope it's a lady.
Gentleman
okay,
over
there. It's all right.
Yeah, please hand him the mic. Thank you.
I see a hand here, but it wasn't raised earlier.
Is there any other hand?
Right in front of me here. Oh, I see some vibrant hands.
Okay. Okay. So we'll take you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
My director has a question as well.
Okay, hold on. Let's just hear from the director.
Sorry, mine is not a question. I just want to reiterate what my brother here said on business development aspect of creating jobs and attracting youth towards agriculture. I want to share a little experience I had with somebody which will probably help us think around this thing. Sometimes we were in the motor park with a friend, and then a certain cobbler came and he was saying rankariri to all of us. So we asked the cobbler, why do you call us rankariri? He now started explaining that we are the big guys, we are this, we are that. So he now told us, we asked him questions about how he was getting his survival, his money and all these things. It was a very simple story. He said that in a day, at that motor park, he could generate at least 300, 400, 500 naira in a day. That on a very good day, he will get 500 naira. By the time we multiply that 500 naira per day, and then we multiplied it by 30, we realized that he was earning more than level 8 officer during that time. That was one thing that triggered further research within the Agri Ministry as to how we could look at the business aspect of agriculture very well and see how we can change the mindset of people who look at agriculture as one of the most backward relegated sector. So we looked at simply rabbit production. And then we imagine if somebody has like 200, or let's use a simple calculation of 1,000 live rabbits, and then you say you are into that business within 3 months. All of us here that are into that will tell you 3 months and so some few days, the rabbit is at the table weight. That means it is ready for sale. You only need little processing, and when you do that processing, the person we contacted, who we did the business examination model with him, was using that rabbit to make bushmeats. And that's the bushmeat you find him. The person we interviewed, who we worked with, is around, if you follow this airport road, he was busy selling, you always see him selling bushmeat. By the time we get an economic evaluation of what the person was getting on a monthly basis, he was getting 125,000 naira per month. That is higher than what level 12 officer is earning in the Federal Civil Service. You can see the beautiful aspect of agriculture as a very good alternative that can help. Some people finish universities and spend 5-6 years pursuing white-collar jobs that are not good. So the ministry has already developed this kind of business model. But like I said from the beginning, you have a very good idea, you have a very good policy, you have this information, and it is only passed through radio on some few newspapers. The people that are supposed to pick this thing and change their ways of life do not have access to this information. And that is why, like the panelists mentioned from the beginning, we look at ways and means of passing this information downstairs, down to the rural people, changing the style, not necessarily through Nollywood. There is another aspect of it that's called Kannywood. We also have different ways of communication. We still have town criers in the rural areas. All these methods of information, if these methods of information are going down, we will not have much problem. I will tell you, sometimes there was a study and a small investigation, a rapid appraisal study as to what is the most effective tool to change the perception of farmers and take them to move away from their subsistence level to a higher level. Do you know, surprisingly, what we discovered? It was not just extension. It is the profit. It is the business. It is the business aspect of it. If a farmer produces onion, this year I had an experience to measure this. Sorry, I'm a farmer. Let me introduce myself as a farmer. I'm a farmer, and I also grew up from the state's agricultural development processes to extension to the level where I am. So I can tell you, in a particular village in Aleru, in Kebbi State, a certain farmer produced large quantity of onion in a particular year and sold it. When we went to the field to do economic analysis of this cost benefit of all this exercise, we sat down, we asked the farmer, how much did we get? He started giving us a very low profit because he was afraid we were coming to ask for tax. But by the time we asked him detailed questions, because the questionnaire contained so many questions, so many probing questions, at the end of the day, you'll be shocked what the person told me. He said, the little money I got, but I married out 2 of my daughters from that profit that year. I also went to Hajj. I also did this. I also bought a canter, this Mitsubishi canter. By the time you know it, the guy who told us that he got only 200,000 naira was already talking about 5 to 6 million naira profit. Yeah. Those kind of messages are more practical.
When you work with your parents to educate most, also to build the nation, creating markets for these products, not just producing. Where do you market it? When you create that marketing opportunity, see that people will be impressed. If I have this product now, yes, I have a place where I can go and market it without wasting my time. Also, in preservation of the crops, the production also has to We also have to educate the youth on the preservation of the crops we produce. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to make an input. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Jones Ozuzu. I am the Center Coordinator, Agro-Industrial Development Resource Center. It's located in Apo, and that center is supposed to be replicated in all the 774 local government areas. I want to talk on experience. You see, most of our youths are not interested in agriculture. They want it fast. In our center, it's free. Come, learn, come and have the knowledge, you know. But let me not take our time. There are areas which we neglect or which people are not interested. Or can I say, some areas have advantage of land. Other areas don't have such. And we came up with some ruminants, things like snail. You find out that you can have an aquarium in your home, and youths can effectively go into snail farming. You find out that if you have 100 snails, snails lays 100 to 150 eggs in a year. And in a year, 100 times 100 will give you 10,000. In 2 years, 100 times 10,000 will give you 1 million. So in 3 years, you can see that you can be a millionaire. You can be selling your snails every day. If you have five pence of 100 snails, you know, you can make your money. So it's not only in cropping. Our youth should also go into things like snail farming. And in that snail farming, it's not even the snail, it's the snail water. You find that a 50 liters of snail water is about 5 million naira. 5 million. And you can get 1,000 snails, can give you 50 liters of snail water. Thank you very much.
We'll take the next one. The microphone is near you there. Please, very quickly, go straight to the question. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dele Ibitoye. I'm an engineer by training, but I'm a farmer by profession. We seem to all be talking about farming, agriculture, and all the likes. But we need to realize one thing, just like the man there said, how do we make agriculture attractive to our youths? We need to explain to them or expose to them that in agriculture there are value chains, and they are not, it is not necessary for them to play at at what I call the production level. There are value chains. They can play at storage level. They can play at tools provision level. They can play at processing level. Now, the man said that a typical Igbo man will ask you for where is the money. Now, when we define for them agri-value chain, I prefer to call it agribusiness because it is a business. Now, everybody may not necessarily get their hand dirty. There are people who are involved in agro-value chain who don't necessarily farm at all. Now, we have people who can source for product from the farm to people in the city. We have people, and through the use of their mobile phone, I have young people that I mentor, and I tell them, you are in Jos, you are in Makurdi. Why is it difficult for you to go to Jos market, Makurdi market? You have food here. There are people in Lagos, in Ibadan, Abuja, that want food, fresh food. So what stops you from using your phone to advertise the food that you have access to in Makurdi, in Jos, in Katsina, and send it across to people in Lagos, Ibadan, Abuja? But a lot of us just see farming as going to the farm, doing hard labor, and not getting people to buy. We need to redefine agriculture.
Thank you.
We need to show them where the money is, and it is in agribusiness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The very last one right there, the gentleman there.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marshall Fuludu. I am an agribusiness agent. The last time we were here for the Feed Nigeria Summit, while we're talking about women and youth in agriculture, I remember saying that we needed to go into the schools, the primary, the nursery, the secondary, and the tertiary institutions. I remember also Madam Wilma was on the panel. I don't know, Pastor Mark, if you remember. Yes, Madam Wilma was on the panel, and it was heartwarming when we were all talking the other day. And I am very, very happy that we have something, a discussion in that regard. Agronoli. I was looking forward to meeting Omoni Oboli in person, because my wife is always talking about her. The truth is, there have always been policies. We have always had lectures on agriculture. We have always had people going to farm. But our youth, and they have never been interested like we really want them to be. They see people from other climes, from other professions, and they want to be the whiz-kids, they want to be the that. So why not make concerted effort to bring the entertainment to them? The policies will always be there, but if they are not, how can you make them interested? The youth of these days are driven by what they see and what they hear. We are a fast-paced generation. We don't have time. And the only time we have, I'm saying we now because I want to include myself. The only time we have, we spend on the internet. We follow influencers. So I think what we should do as a nation or as a group is that we should promote agricultural influencers. People should see the likes of Deji Balogun and see the way he looks, the kind of cars he drives, and they want to compare themselves with, okay, I think be like this man. I can be like Richard Mark. I can be like this other person that is into agriculture. If these people are driving, if the entertainers, the musicians, that every youth want to become, are driving this kind of cars, when they see those other people who are into agriculture driving these cars, that is what they want to see. How they can have cars, how they can have good mansions and all that.
All right.
How they can earn money. So please, let us encourage anything. I'm not against any other means of disseminating information to the youth, but we should
local areas. That's why sometimes you see, found out that most of women are afraid of even going to take lands from the community head because they don't know, because the barricade has been created. Secondly, we must ensure to remove bottlenecks on grants or on opportunities or intervention from government so that people can have access to it. I believe with this, youth will be more interested in engaging in agriculture. And finally, also again, addressing of inequality. I believe with this agro-knowledge, it should be able to
income quick. If we can engage that on a high level and then promote it using the entertainment platforms, give them educational tools to understand that, okay, farming is not as difficult, it is not as mundane, it is not as boring as it used to be. Just like how the young lady mentioned about how her daughter was able to view and have the interest to want to go into farming because she saw what was going on the farm. Through the entertainment sector, if we have programs that incentivize these individuals, whether it's through tutorials or actually real-life farmers, and getting documentaries made on their stories, on their backgrounds, showing them the processes that it can go through. You can see how high profile and how popular, for example, Big Brother Africa is. What is Big Brother Nigeria? Big Brother Nigeria is just about coming into a house and seeing how different individuals from different walks of life can come in and bridge together. We can have some sort of negotiations in that element when it comes to agriculture.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
We'll move on now as I hand the microphone back to the moderator to conclude the session. Thank you.
You know, the lady who just spoke, I've always known her to be full of ideas. And I can assure you that we will endeavor to have some other platform, all right, where we can more robustly engage on this issue. We know that our time is far spent, lunch is served, but I want to give each member of this panel 1 minute to, having heard all of the conversation, basically give us your last few words. I'll start from Comrade.
I have a comment. Mr. Director, thank you very much for your presentation. There is something you didn't mention in your presentation regarding social security. Because any youth, for you to engage in agriculture and for it to be more attractive to youth, we need to have a social insurance, a social health, so it will help to fast track the involvement of youths into the sectors. And you did mention that I was listening if you mentioned that, but you didn't mention such policy.
Okay, so that's your last word, Comrade.
Yeah.
The curtain is closed on you already. All right, Olumide, your turn.
Okay, thank you. So I like to thank everyone for your valuable contribution. I want to say that let's all work together to, use the policy frameworks that are already existing at different levels to drive a revolution in the agribusiness sector in Nigeria. One that is gender responsive and that is all-inclusive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olumide. Madam, it's your turn.
Thank you very much. I want to use this opportunity to thank the organizers of this program. I want to thank the moderator, Mrs. Omoni, and the director. Thank you. But I want to also beg you people that anything you're going to do, remember our climate is changing and it's really affecting us, the farmers. Please look into climate change. It is really, really affecting us and food production. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Please help me with your microphone. I mean, it's not even something to beg for. It is a practical reality that stares us in the face and we have to address it. Omoni. all the way from Canada. Your turn.
Well, I just want to say thank you, Richard, for bringing me on this platform. Thank you to everyone who spoke so eloquently about all the issues surrounding agriculture and the entertainment business, so to speak. I will do my best in my capacity as a filmmaker to use film as a tool to continue to effect change and to work with the sector, to work with the government in promoting agriculture and pushing out whatever agendas the government wants to push out and the sector wants to push out.
Thank you very much, Omoni. For full disclosure, I'm in partnership with Omoni in this regard. So, Director, I'm going to be holding your, your kaftan and insisting that we get things going. Thank you very much, everyone. Professor Yai, I think you should give us a word or two as our chair before we finally head out for lunch. I think the Honorable Minister is on his way. I've just received a call from his chief detail. So you will excuse me if I step down, please, to take this.
Okay, thank you, Richard, and the other members of the panel, and Moni, far away in Canada, my director. Well, we've had it all, but there's a lot coming on today and tomorrow.
By the public and the private sector to support farmers with access to technology, access to market, access to finance, access to crop insurance, access to everything that is needed and required to help them succeed.
The summit was conceptualized as a platform to prefer critical workable solutions to real present problems in the Nigerian agricultural sector while maximizing the opportunities to achieve sustainable improvement in productivity across the sector's value chain. FNS serves to do the heavy lifting by advancing the cause of private sector agribusinesses with a view to ensure that Nigeria maximizes her developmental potentials. Over the years, the Feed Nigeria Summit has earned its position as the country's foremost sectorial assembly responsible for catalyzing transformational progress in Nigeria's agricultural sector. It has provided a rallying platform for ventilating the process, progress and impact of efforts aimed at addressing Nigeria's ambition to achieve the target of zero food importation. In 2017, in the wake of the national economic recession, the FNS focused centrally on the homegrown school feeding program of the federal
Attention,
government.
please.
with
We'd
the
like to
primary
find
aim
out
of
if
connecting
Dr.
the farm
Akonde
gate
is
with
around.
offtake. The
Dr.
rationale
Akonde, please, if you're around, we would need your attention. Dr. Akonde, Dr. O. Akonde, if you're around, please, we'll need your attention at the podium. Thank you.
Based on resolutions made at FNS 2017, the homegrown school feeding program re-energized the agricultural value chain, expanding the program to feed some 7.7 million children in 24 states of the Federation and ensuring farm gates purchase of produce. The 2018 summit set out to build on the gains of the previous year's action plan, hence it was themed Consolidating the Growth. It recognized the need to provide a framework for more synergy between the private and public sectors with a view to strategically deploy Nigeria's strengths in key agro-value chains presenting comparative
Attention,
advantage.
please.
In
We'd like to find out
2019,
if
the
Mr.
summit
Lamin Barrow is in the room. Mr. Lamin Barrow, if he's around, please kindly see Barrister Richard at the podium. Thank you.
In this regard, the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Alhaji Sabo Nanono, had underscored effective policy implementation as a critical objective of his administration, piggy banking on the government's drive to diversify the economy by transforming the fortunes of the sector. The Minister charged that it was time to sit up.
This country, frankly, has the potential to produce every crop that you can think of. Every crop that you can think of that is grown in the tropical region. But for one reason or another, we miss the roads many times. But I think we are on the path. Both the private sector and the government are now understanding each other on this level. And I hope this partnership between government and the private sector will continue and continue forever for the growth of Nigerian agricultural sector.
The 2019 summit also featured the deal brokerage room, a component introduced to forge project partnerships for farmer associations and cooperatives that required wholesale delivery of solutions, whether on farm, farm gate, or market related. It was an instant. This year, the Feed Nigeria Summit is set to be true to type in terms of its unique high-end value and impact delivery. Going by the disruptions brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, FNS 2020 seeks to encourage conversation around key-based evidence solutions for recalibrating the Nigerian economy by leveraging the agricultural sector's transformative capacity. This year's theme, Agribusiness, leading Nigeria's recovery, aptly sets the tone for the summit, which is scheduled to take place in the sector. It advanced the course for youth participation and further strengthened the role of micro, small and medium-scale enterprises. In this regard, the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Alhaji Sabo Nanono, had underscored effective policy implementation as a critical objective of value chains presenting
Once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we've been told, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development will be here with us in a few minutes. For the moment, we would have some soft music as we await the Honorable Minister shortly. Thank you.
Next slide. Another very important challenge is because of our poor adoption of modern technologies. Now, this leads to misallocation of workers across the sectors. Historically, countries that have actually modernized their agriculture, they train the unskilled workers to move into modern agriculture. When you look at agricultural value added in 2019, on the left-hand side, the most advanced industrial countries are the ones that have the least agricultural value added. Why? Because of modern technology, they need far less people to farm the same plots. Another thing here is low mechanization. We plotted here Nigeria, Ukraine, and Russia. You see, we are the ones crawling under on the red balls, and while Russia and Ukraine are far more in terms of tractor uses, are far more advanced than us. And of course, plus so many other countries and you find the same. Now, so another very important issue that I need to address is the fact that in addition to our low yield and poor performance in agriculture side, we also do not add value to what we produce. Africa accounts for 70% of what cocoa beans, for example. But Africa accounts for only 1% of global chocolate market. So whenever you export, whether raw export of raw beans, cotton to other people, what you are doing basically is that you are exporting your jobs also to those countries. The global chocolate industry, for example, is worth about $106 billion. In Africa, our total share is just about $6 billion. This is something that we need to change, and this is one of the very important objectives of the special agro-industrial processing. Next slide. Now, when you focus just on raw materials, now I want you to look at the two graphs here. Those, for example, countries that are exporting cotton, and we plotted this for up to this year. If you look on the left side, you see the nominal prices of cotton. In other words, that's a contemporary, now the deflator for inflation and changes in prices. And when you plot this by real prices of cotton, what you find is a red plot. In other words, somebody who was producing cotton, say in 1980, is getting actually much less than that person is getting now in 2020. That's why a lot of our African countries have remained poor even now. They produce more, but they still remain where they are. This is what we call a low equilibrium economy that we operate. Now, what are the other institutional barriers that are causing a lack of progress in agriculture? You see here, in terms of processed food and agro-based imports, we haven't reduced much. We have been going right up till now, and imports have increased, not just in Nigeria, but also in the whole of Africa. And if Nigeria leads, and when Nigeria leads, we know that we're going to bring down this kind of graph. Our imports of food is too high. What are the recommendations? Now, just to let you, I've shown this to some individuals, maybe some of you have seen this before. If you look on the right side, agri-food industry in the world is about $8 trillion. $8 trillion. We project that by 2030, agri-food business in Africa will be worth $1 trillion. And by then, we should have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, in which we have 1.3 billion people, and which we have $3 trillion GDP. If Nigeria gets its acts right, I believe always that it's never too late for us. The agri-food business is bigger than automobile, it's bigger than IT, it's bigger than iron and steel, some by 8 times. So I think we have both where we have challenges, we also have opportunities. So what do we need to do? One is very aggressive application of new technologies, high yielding seeds and so forth. Many of you in this room are very much aware of this. There is nothing magical about it. It is very baffling that we have refused to do what others have done. In 2019, the Netherlands exported food worth $94.5 billion. Euros, no, sorry, not dollars, euros. 94.5 billion euros of food alone. In 2018, all Nigeria got from oil is 30 billion. So almost like this 3.5 times what we got from oil. And this is not all this Netherlands produces, just from food. And basically, because their yield per acre is extremely high. For example, take potato. The global yield of potato is about 9 tons. An average Dutch yield, the Dutch field is about 20 tons per acre. And this costs across almost all cereals and whatever it is that they are exporting. So the first very important thing is for us to aggressively address yield issue. And we are proposing to have the special agro-industrial program. Many of you in the room may have an idea what it is all about. The bank is contributing about $500 million. IFAD will be bringing in about $200 million. The Bank of Industry is going to put in $1 billion to lend to all the companies that will be based in those zones. We have identified 6 zones. We are going to start with 4 zones. And by the grace of God, we hope by the first quarter of next year, we should begin to go to the board and begin disbursement of funds. So the agro zones basically are to do a lot of all of this that you see on the screen. For example, cold storage, quarantine facilities, control labs, quality certification, raw material storage, processing centers, and so forth. These are the things that the bank is putting its money into. Basically, provide infrastructure and allow private sector people to come and locate within those zones. Next slide. In summary, there are three particular segments to the special agro zone. One is to raise agricultural productivity, like I've explained earlier, both for smallholders, for medium, and for large commercial farms. We will provide inputs, farm credits, improve seed fertilizers, irrigation, mechanization, extension services, and then of course we move to aggregation, where you have the agri-transformation centers, sorting, grading, cleaning, storage, and so forth, before it moves into the processing. I think, I've made the point. Korea, for example, has close to 500 special agro zones. It's not magic. Sometimes when you talk about this, I say, oh, the SAPs is very complex. I don't know how many heads the Asians have that we don't have. Vietnam, Thailand, all of them, some have over 200 agro zones. There's no magic to it. I'm showing you here that we have also done it in Africa, here in Gabon, in Ikong. They have a forestry zone that has transformed the whole forestry platform in that country. Go to the next slide. Let me show you the results of what they have achieved. Only 9 years ago, that particular zone exported only $350 billion. Today, as of last year, they were over $1 billion, of converted forestry products, veneer and so forth. Jobs, 8,000 people, triple within 1 year, within 9 years. GDP contribution moved from 200 to almost $900 million. Next slide. This is Ethiopia, where we are already doing second phase. That is being supported by the Africa Development Bank. What you see here are real, they are not models. This is real picture. I was there in March of 2019, before the COVID took over this year. And they are constructing very quickly. They are doing 4 zones. We're also working in Ethiopia, in Kenya. We approved loan for Guinea, Mali, Senegal last year, December. Go to the next slide. Our goal, as I said earlier, is summarized on this slide. Enhance productivity, reduce post-harvest losses, reduce cost of operations, increase value addition, ensure that we manage all of those 4 zones. And I believe very strongly in the next 3 years, if we are able to carry out the plan, supported by all the national entities that are involved, And because this is really, to the truth be told, we have not done this because we sabotage ourselves. But I believe the current honorable minister is very much behind us. He has been very supportive, and I believe that by the grace of God we will succeed. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Professor Oyebaji Oyelaron Oyeyinka. Thank you very much, sir. Spoken to us on engaging the implementation gear for rapid economic recovery. Thank you very much once again, Prof. And Prof is Senior Special Advisor to the African Development Bank President on Industrialization. We'll stay with the African Development Bank right now as we quickly welcome the Senior Country Director, Nigeria, Mr. Lamin Barrow, for a very brief goodwill message. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, Tokpe Ojeme. Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Alhaji Mohammed Sabo Nano, Mr. Farouk Moody, President of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, directors present from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to provide goodwill message and to join you at this Feed Nigeria Summit 2020, which is emerging as a very robust platform and a premier platform for stakeholder engagement to drive accelerated food self-sufficiency in Nigeria. But let me thank Agro Nigeria for their kind invitation to make these brief remarks. Taking place against the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has upended the global economy, the theme chosen for this summit, Agribusiness, leading Nigeria's productivity, could not be more apt. The presence of the Honorable Minister, I think, is a strong testimony of the government's strong determination to leverage and learn from the lessons of the COVID-19 to accelerate its own programs to feed Nigeria and to harness the potential that this great country has to offer, not only for itself, but for the rest of Africa and the world. Partnership will remain very keen, and I am glad to see the presence of the real operators, that is the private sector, who on a day-to-day basis are seized on the business of not only producing goods in the agricultural sector, but also transforming these goods into agri-industrial products. So there is no better time as now to strengthen our partnership as the African Development Bank with the government, the private sector, and you, the operators in the sector. The theme also resonates very strongly with the bank's Feed Africa strategy, which at the core of it is to support African countries to move up the ladder of the value chains and to be a net exporter of agricultural products and agro-industrial products to the rest of the world. Nigeria is at the core of the implementation strategy for the Feed Africa strategy, and this is evident in the upcoming Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones program that the bank looks forward to supporting in Nigeria. As Prof mentioned, the bank is already implementing or planning to implement this flagship initiative in more than 15 African countries, including Ethiopia, as you saw from the presentation, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia, Guinea-Conakry, Burkina Faso, Madagascar, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, and Mozambique, amongst others. For Nigeria, and as outlined in Prof's detailed presentation that I don't wish to repeat, the program will support the development of agricultural value chains, increase productivity, reduce post-harvest losses and food importation, facilitate rural development by promoting linkages between producers and processors and marketers, and providing requisite infrastructure to attract investment in these rural areas, as well as help contribute to job and wealth creation in Nigeria. We are very keen in the bank to support the federal government through this SAPZ program, and we target to secure approval of our board of directors during the first half of 2021. And we're going to provide our financing together with other development partners and also institutions in Nigeria that are active in the agro-industrial sector. The key trust that I want to share with you here is that it will be a public sector enabled but a private sector led approach. So the private sector has to play a very big role in making the SAPZs happen. This is also timely because, as you all know, trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area is slated to commence in January 2021. So with such immense agro-industrial potential, such talented youth, Nigeria is poised to be able to take great advantage of this African Continental Free Trade Area. So I urge all actors to work overtime and in overdrive to be able to accelerate the implementation of actions under the SAPZ. As the African Development Bank and under the dynamic leadership of Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, I wish to underscore and reaffirm our strong commitment to see to the successful implementation of the program with a view to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and the objectives of the bank's own Feed Africa strategy. So we look forward to working with you, Honorable Minister and team and other actors to implement the SAPZ program in Nigeria so that it can also be a model to be scaled up and replicated in other African countries. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. And very briefly, just before the Honorable Minister comes to speak to us, we are glad to have here with us the National President of All Farmers Association of Nigeria, AFAN, Alhaji Farouk Rabiu Mudi, will speak to us a goodwill message just for 1 or 2 minutes. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Great farmers, we always said great farmers, great nation. However, please, if I can beg all of us here to observe just 10 seconds of silence for the farmers that were slaughtered in Borno State. Thank you. 10 seconds, please. Thank you. Our farmers were slaughtered in cold blood, and these farmers were in their farm work trying to build the economy of the nation. And this is what is happening with all of us, the farmers all over the country now in the northern Nigeria. So we are appealing to the federal government and other stakeholders to come to the aid of the farmers, so as we, the farmers, whether we like it or not, the smallholder farmers is still the food basket of this nation. And with these few words, I can say we thank you for this program. The organizers of the program, we thank you very much. And we hope that it will end successfully and hitch-free program. And we welcome the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. We believe that because the Minister of Agriculture is from us, the real grassroots farmer. So that is why you always see the changes, because these changes we are seeing is reality, because he touched the core of the problems of farmers in Nigeria. So we thank you, the Honorable Minister, for coming to the aid of the farmers. And also we from our own group associations of all farmers association and other group of farmers associations like Rifan, Sogum, Mietala, and so on, we are all doing hard to see that even after this government, we sustain the projects and the programs of this government by continuing with their programs and bringing other things like bringing down the economic cost of production, because that is the basis. Always that is the basis. We are always saying close the borders, open the borders, and so on. All about it is about the prices of the food items and other things that comes into Nigeria. So we are working hard to see that the economic cost of our production is coming down, is low, so that we can go into competition with anything that comes into Nigeria. So we thank you all.
Thank you very much. And now, to invite the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, I want to welcome the Technical Advisor, Knowledge Management. Please welcome Barrister Richard Mark Mbaram to do the honors.
Thank you very much, Tokwe. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to invite to the podium my boss, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, in the person of Alhaji Muhammad Sabo Nanono, to give his ministerial remark at this occasion. I recall I had spoken to all of us earlier about the man Muhammad Sabo Nanono. He doesn't talk too much. He just goes out to deliver. No noise, but action. Your Excellency, sir, please.
The chairman of Feed Nigeria Summit, the country representative of FAO, and special advisor to the President African Development Bank, my colleagues from the ministries, the chairman of APAN, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I have to apologize because I was just coming from Kano. I had some programs from Friday up to Monday. I don't even know where to start, because my problem is when we are talking about agriculture in this country and the food security in particular, it has always been the same story. And
And we need to change the narratives. Here is my speech, but I'm not going to obey the speech. I think critically, when you are talking about agriculture and economic development, just ask yourself, what are your resource base? What do you have in Nigeria as our resource base? We have the land, we have water, we have the people, we have livestock. And then when you digress a little bit, we have energy, we have solid minerals, and you can say anything that a country will be proud of, we have. And with all this, why are we still making excuses? Why? Is it that we don't have the knowledge? We don't have the resources? Next year, if we come back, we're still talking about the same thing. Let me give you some statistics. We are around 200 million people now. They are projecting that in the next 3 to 4, 5 decades will come to about 400 million people. How are you going to feed these people? You have to think along that line. Are we still going to continue talking like this to get an answer to feed 400 million people in the next 30, 40 years? And do you know, I know, that the population of this country is always underestimated because you have not taken the population of other sister African countries that are in this country. We form the silent buffer zone of refugees. Because anybody is a black, is a Yoruba, is a Hausa, comes in, he just melts into the population. And the impact on our social infrastructures and everything that you can think of. So, for me, the agricultural production, we have no excuse. But what are the challenges that we are facing? They have already been mentioned. Low productivity, why? Lack of linkage between the agri sector and the industrial sector. But you know, up to 1986, there was a strong link between agriculture and the industrial sector. 3 shifts, textile, in Kaduna, in Kano, in Lagos, in Onitsha, in Aba. 3 shifts were producing Africa prints and any other kind of materials that you can think of. Up to 1986. But why? Where are the oil milling industries? The palm oil, the groundnut oil. These are the ones that are providing the linkages within the agricultural sector and provide both the vertical and the horizontal linkages. We have been talking always of value chain, yes, value chain, good idea. At the micro level, we have achieved great success, but at the macro level, and this is where the problem is, where you will create a strong synergy between the agricultural sector and the industrial sector to enable yourself to lift this large number of unemployed people from the street into gainful employment. This is a challenge for us. Forget anybody that is coming to tell you that he will promote value chain. Ask him value chain at what level?
I think we have graduated from micro value chain creation. We should go forward and bring bring ourselves back to the 1980s, when we have all the industries virtually working in this country. But we just, while the Asian countries were digitalizing their textile sector, we are just sitting ducks. If some of you could remember, there was one particular material, batik, they call it. It was the one, once they started bringing it into the country, it immediately killed our Africa prints. And before, this all before our eyes. We bastardize our fiscal and the monetary policy to protect the Nigerian economy. And that's the reality on the ground. Now, we want to bring this back, but to tell you it is not going to be easy. It's a painful process, but we have to do it. So, when you talk of low productivity, of course, with this huge number of population, this kind of agriculture that we are doing now has to give way to modern agriculture. And the answer is mechanization. You ask yourself, the level of penetration of tractors into this country is just 7 tractors per 100 square kilometers. Standard 127 tractors per 100 square kilometers. In most developing countries, 1,200 tractors per 100 square kilometers. In Kenya, near us, they have 27 tractors per 100 square kilometers. If we are going to reach Kenya, we need about 60,000 additional tractors into this country. So when you are talking about low productivity, about this and other things like that, okay, the answer lies in modernizing agriculture. By whatever means. I'm sorry to say, by whatever means. And we have taken that path to do. We hope by the beginning of this year, our agricultural mechanization program, first phase, will commence. It is not going to be an easy exercise, but we are determined to make it a reality. The other aspect, which people don't normally just look at, by the way, basic infrastructure. In Nigeria, the railway system is a must if our economy is going to grow. But before our eyes, our railway system collapsed. If we can fix the railway system, the cost profile of our industrial production, agricultural production, will reduce by at least 30%. But sometimes when you have a gathering of this nature, you forget this important aspect. Not only that, it's an avenue where we move surplus food to deficit areas. And this is even a major problem. Because if it is going to be meaningful for the West African sub-region, you have to link it with railway system. So that you can easily fight hunger, you can easily move surplus food to deficit areas with ease and at a lower cost. So we have to answer this issue of rejuvenating our railway system. I always said it. If white men over 100 years ago will think of building railway line from Lagos to Onguru, then who are we today to just be silent on this issue? The government is putting a lot of effort, a lot of money into this. And I am hoping that it succeeds, because unless that succeeds, we will still be suffering from cost profile, and that will be against our interest in competing with other countries in the world. This comes to the issue of rural roads. And this is what we are embarking, to try to have rural access, to bring raw materials, to cut down on post-harvest losses. We have so far built about 300 kilometers rural road. We are planning this year, next year, we are going to have additional 400 kilometer rural road across the country. That is also essential for agricultural development. Then the other challenges that we face in the agricultural sector is that of education. 70% of our farming activities is done without knowledge. It's just what they have been doing for the last 1,000 years. Still, maybe now you can say fertilizer, you can say this, but how do they apply that fertilizer? This key issue of knowledge is absolutely necessary. And that's why we are embarking on training extension workers, sufficient enough to mobilize our farmers to do the right thing. Unless you do that, you can produce, for example, red beans. That is good market overseas, but they will not buy it because the chemical content is too high for human consumption. And there are so many products are cutting across this line. So it is equally important that we do this knowledge deliberately and faithfully to uplift the knowledge of our farmers in the activities that they have been doing for decades. Then the other aspect also that we forget, we just do things offhand. You want farmers? Where are they? How many of them? Virtually, you have no database. You can only guess. We have this population of number of farmers. What are they farming? Where? In what proportion? You don't know. You don't even know where to link the farmers with prospective investors. We have taken this challenge. And this year alone, within the last 2 months, we have registered 5.1 million farmers, ranging from their state, local government, ward, their farm. We issue them with digital ID, enable them to get VBN, and also we use that opportunity also to get them have a national ID and their telephone numbers, profiling all the states. And that is an important database for agricultural development, so that we stop doing guesswork. If it is maize, we know what the concentration of maize. If it is groundnut, we know the concentration. If it is cocoa, we know where. And then attitudinal change. We have to change our attitude, and we have to bear the pains, unfortunately for our generation, of turning ourselves into productive people in the agricultural sector. I will give you an example. Take the Southwest with cocoa. The Southwest is the most educated, the most urbanized, and probably at some point the richest. But why do this the cocoa industry fell before their eyes? Why? Are we as elites looking always for the easy way out? Because there is no excuse. Togo, Ivory Coast, Ghana were transplanting cocoa seedlings that will yield in 2.5 to 3 years, while ours have to wait for 7.5 years. And do you know why? They got their finances from African Fund for Development, of which Nigeria is the largest shareholder and also holding the chair. They use that fund. But we are just there. What are we doing? What are we doing? And you run all across these crops. Palm oil is the same thing. You can't say that you don't have the land. You can't say that you don't have the people. You can't say that you don't have the knowledge. So what is in our psyche that is holding us back, that we are not prepared to endure the pain of working ourselves backwards to go back to the 1980s when our industries were viable. All these agro-allied industries were linked up with agricultural sector. So it's a put for thought for us. It's not a question of where and when. It's a question of now and everywhere. Then, I think also in the area of infrastructure, irrigation is very crucial. Our past leaders, they have done a lot in developing irrigation system. But now with all the resources that we have at hand, virtually this subsector was neglected. You can probably produce nearly 50% of our crops under irrigation in this country. But we are not making any serious headway in this. Until now, that we started reviving the old irrigation system and putting in more money. Then I think the other challenge is the financing of agriculture. And this is where the African Development Bank comes in. We are happy with what they have done and what they are going to do. But I want them to think carefully and to reflect carefully. Nigeria houses more than 200 million people. Nigeria has available land, cultivable land, of over 90 million hectares. And we can even go further. We are only cultivating about 34 million hectares. You know, we require a lot of funding, internally and externally. And this is where the role of African Development Bank comes. We are grateful for what they are doing. But also, what are our financial institutions doing in this country? You have to ask yourself. Quarterly, the commercial banks are reporting heavy profits. Some people are getting up to 15 billion as dividend. One single person in this country. But what are they doing? Well, check in a good sustainable economic system. Over 50% of their profit should come from the manufacturing sector. But here, it comes from foreign exchange dealing and from importation of direct consumption, for direct consumption. So virtually they are killing the economy. Are we going to shut our eyes? Or we are going to raise up and attack this problem once and for all? Not only that, curiously, you know that the government have been subsidizing the commercial banks. Because then once they were in trouble, government created AMCON to take over their bad loans so that they can continue lending, continue making profits. You are subsidizing the rich. And then when we talk of subsidizing small farmers, people start attacking us. So what the hell do they want us to do? Those people with bulging packets are the ones that are being subsidized at our own expense. Are these commercial banks not Nigerians? Can't they be asked to tune to the development of this country? This poses a serious challenge. While we are looking money outside, we also have to look inwards. It's absolutely necessary, probably, and quite a number of them are sitting on vast amount of dead accounts, dormant accounts, and from time to time they just chip in, they declare profit. Those people were dead forever. They will never come back. So there must be some kind of rethinking whether we can create a window to get agriculture to penetrate into those dormant accounts, which the government can easily do. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take your time, but I can tell you we have all the answers to develop agriculture in Nigeria. Everything God has given us. What remains is for us, one, to have the political will, two, to get ourselves organized, and the three, to get ourselves focused, and the four, to reduce urban politics into the business of agriculture. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much.
Present problems
Ladies and
in the
gentlemen,
Nigerian agricultural sector.
I warned you earlier on, but I'll tell you again that my minister is actually a former banker, a very successful one. So when he speaks, you know he knows what he's saying. Honorable Minister, sir, thank you so much for speaking truth to us. We appreciate you, sir. We know that you flew straight from Kano and came straight from the airport to this place. I had informed this house, this gathering, about the fact that you were on your way here straight from the airport. But sir, I want to, standing on existing protocols, thank you from the depth of my heart for the little time I have spent working for and with you, sir. I have seen the level of commitment, dedication, connection to the pains and the feelings, the realities of, the smallholder farmer that you have always exemplified. I want you to know, sir, that you're a very big example for me, a very big example for my colleagues, your advisors, and indeed, a very big example for the stakeholders in the agricultural space. We appreciate you, sir. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I want to quickly just thank the Honorable Minister and thank all our dignitaries, our directors from the ministry who have taken the time out to be here, our media colleagues who have spent time with us, and some of those who are just arriving. You might have missed a lot of the explosive, will I say, script making presentation that the Honorable Minister had put out. But I believe the rapporteurs are doing their work, and you will still have a piece of it hereafter. But at this point in time, it is my pleasure to draw the curtain on this event and to thank every one of us for making out the time to be here for today's session. Tomorrow we continue at the same time, all right? And we will be having very intensive conversation around, the issues that are affecting the agricultural sector of the Nigerian economy. But I think that it is fitting at this point, Dr. Lamin, for the HMA and yourself to basically just formally flag off or indicate that the SAPZ program is for real and has commenced effectively in Nigeria. I will take the microphone.
The Honorable Minister will now formally flag off the Feed Nigeria Summit, or the FHA, Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone. Along with the directors, the flag off will now be done formally.
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure with my colleague to plug up this summit, and I wish you a very successful deliberation, and I will be very much interested in whatever conclusion you reach in your community. So thank you very much.
Special SAPZ program.
And SAPZ program. You know, I always forget about the SS. And SAPZ program. I think I better give you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your very passionate call to action, to commitment to realize the potential of Nigeria's agriculture sector. I think you've taken us through the contours of history and to tell us really that if we are organized, if we are committed, we can achieve the objectives we set for ourselves. And I think the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones program that we are going to implement here in Nigeria would provide very strong contribution to achieve these objectives, because it touches on many of the things you mentioned in terms of infrastructure, in terms of support to the smallholder farmers, to be linked to the bigger farmers, to be assured of markets for their produce, also to be provided with the requisite extension and financing and supportive services. That's what is going to transform the whole ecosystem of agriculture. So we are very comforted by your leadership, your frankness, and your deep insights to realize the SAPZ during your tenure as Honorable Minister of Agriculture. So you have the President of the African Development Banks and the bank's total commitment to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we rise as the Honorable Minister and his delegates, his entourage take their leave, along with the dignitaries.
And while that is ongoing, the documentary will roll. As we say, very big thank you to everyone for being here. Please do remember that we will resume at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning and be part
in
of it.
productivity
Thank you.
across the sector's value chain. FNS serves to do the heavy lifting by advancing the cause of private sector agribusinesses with a view to ensure that Nigeria maximizes her developmental potentials. Over the years, the Feed Nigeria Summit has earned